Good morning, honey. Cecilia. Good morning, sweetie. Love it. Love it. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, August the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Wake up call down the road. So, first of all, a couple of yeses. Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? That'll help. Okay, excellent. So, Mike, you cannot. Okay, I'm just going to ask. I'm answering a question. You cannot. There is no cross. You can only show when they're very close. Okay. So those are the two formulas. If you're really interested, if you go to the guide and creating custom formulas, it's in there. So you can create a custom formula, like for argument's sake, SMA 50 minus SMA 200, or vice versa, and put some kind of a maximum that you want them to be away. And that's how you can do it. I can't help you right now. I could help you maybe an hour from now, okay, to create it, but I can't help you right now. But you cannot actually get the actual cross itself. In other words, you can't say, okay, alert me when it actually crosses, just when they're close, which is not the worst thing. All right, guys, let's take a look at what's happening this morning. So apron, APRN, APRN, APRN is gapping up. I don't see any news, just I guess the memers maybe back and forth on this one. Also, just a word about APE and AMC, okay, just to clear all this up a little bit anyway. So what you have to do, so AMC closed on Friday at around 18. So what you have to do to see what's really happened to AMC is add the price of APE today and AMC. And the last time I looked, it was around 17 something. So it's about $1 down from the AMC close. So even though when you look at APE down a lot yesterday and AMC down a lot yesterday, percentage wise, you got to add them up to get what the true value of those two together, I suppose. So anyway, GCT, guys, GCT. Is this yapping down? Yeah, gapping down, and it is still shortable for me. More shorts available now for me at Interactive Brokers, 40,000 today. MRIN is or has gapped up on some kind of news with Snapchat. So MRIN. ILAG. These ones that were active for the last couple of weeks, but not that active for the last few days. Creeping back here again, excuse me, ILAG, a lot of volume too. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news for ILAG, ILAG, don't see it. Wet G, Pox play, Wet G. They've got some kind of a strategic partnership with iGuide. Okay, so now Zoom getting hammered here, guys. Zoom on earnings, ZM on earnings, down 12%. So, I mean, if this takes out, I mean, we're at what, 85.40 right now. The lows right there are around 84. You can see if it can take out that 84, the next low underneath is around 78. So still has room to move down. And that is Zoom, ZM. Indo, a little, I can't tell, is this a gas play or is it oil and gas? Can't tell what exactly it is. But anyways, at a Jakarta, but energy play, Indo, INDO, a little bit of a gap up. And then I was mentioning APE, and APE is what, 5%? Well, it's up 10% now, guys. So gotta watch it. I mean, we like to make fun of it, but it can be turned, these can turn into a trade. And Palo Alto, man, oh man, it seems like Well, it was a long time ago when I had this one around $110. I had to scroll back on the daily chart. A long time ago, one of my, I don't swing trade very often, but I actually held this one from about 110 to 150. A long, long, long time ago, $560 now. So earnings play for Palo Alto, PA and W. I guess I forgot to put the actives here. There you go, guys. And DLO, I think DLO is another earnings play. DLO, another earnings play. Yeah, so it's a gap down on earnings, not that much volume yet. Release earnings after hours. So you can see the big reaction after hours. That's that mauve area on my 15-minute chart. So it's kind of holding that area right now. Oh, Ron, I don't even have that up and running, so I can't tell you. It's possible that, remember there's a filter in place. Excuse me, there's a filter in place that, so I can't help you there. I don't run those anyway until the market opens. So I wouldn't even run them until the market opens. So probably just because some filters are, like it has to be at least minimum of 200,000 shares. I don't really look for a question in our YouTube room. What kind of a spread do I look for when entering a trade? When I click on an alert, I immediately see what the spread is, and that's when I make up my mind. Okay, so it really depends on the price of the stock too. A $10 stock with a 5-cent spread is not the, or sorry, $2 stock with a 10-cent spread, not good. $10 stock with a 10-cent spread, not great, but not as bad. You see what I mean? So the other thing, what I will try to do sometimes, and maybe if I really, really want the trade, is I'll put an order in IB in what they call their mid. So they'll try to fill me midway between. But a lot of times, I mean, if I don't like the spread, I just won't trade it. It really depends on, how fast it's moving and the price. Most of the things I see, because they've got tons and tons and tons of volume, the spread isn't terrible. Also depends on what time of day. I mean, at the very beginning of the day, when the market opens, you can get some really, even if the volume is huge, you can get some really bad spreads. Typically, that's why I don't like to trade in the first 15. Where do I post the link for YouTube? You mean when I take my break? I just post it in here, like, well, here as in here. Okay, usually I post it in all three of these tabs: questions, general, and specific stocks. Okay, and usually, I don't know, 5 minutes before I take off. I think I saw your question yesterday that I left before you could see the link or something. All right, Sorrento. Wow, this used to be a way more expensive stock. Sorrento, SRNE. Speaking about more expensive, look at this Ackley, guys. What a bunch of nonsense. I mean, a complete bunch of nonsense. Remember what this was? This was DNAA on Friday. So when DNA went crazy after hours on Friday because they had agreed to this merger, this was the merger. This is the company they're going to take public. So at the high yesterday was 37, $6 now. No, Ethan, they're reverse usually. The less volume, the wider the spread. More volume means a lot more interest, in the stock. So usually usually the spread will tighten if you've got a ton of interest, which equals volume. So it's when you have something that's not that liquid that you can see these crazy spreads. I just happened to look at the Cannabis ETF, MJ. I mean, it's mind-boggling, guys. I mean, look at this. Basically an all-time low now. All right, 910. Excuse me, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning. Well, something's going on here. The analysts are all taking a break or something because there's only one upgrade and about four downgrades. This is from briefing.com. Obviously, if I checked other websites, there'd be more, but I only have one upgrade. That's Denny's. And it's Airy, by the way. I haven't talked about it. It's AERI. I haven't talked about it because it's a buyout, in case you're wondering. All right, so you've heard me talk about this one. I am eagerly waiting to see what happens with this STBX if it actually opened today, this IPO. Low priced IPO, not many shares, but you know what? There's also one on Friday that could go absolutely crazy. Jay-Z, kind of stock, and guess who's behind it? AMTD. Of course, these are the guys who are behind the other one, the HBK or whatever it was called. Not, I don't think it's HBK. No, it's STBX. STBX. It's TBX. So I may not be able to take a break today because I have to be sitting at my computer when this opens. So, we don't know when it's going to open. It may not open today. I mean, it's projected to open today. And if it opens over $5, which is the projected IPO price, I may have to hop in almost immediately. This is highly, highly speculative, okay? Highly speculative. HKD, thank you, IG. Yeah, HKD. So yeah, so that Jay-Z is supposed to open on Friday, and AMT is behind them, and they were the same guys behind that HKD. Of course, that went up to $2,500. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Jay-Z, but I used to be able to count on that, Harley. Actually, I used to always say. Now these are the bigger IPOs. I haven't seen a big IPO for a while. The more of a name IPO. Haven't seen one for quite a while. And yet, yeah, you're right. They used to you could always right around 10:30. But these ones, I think they dance to a different beat. These are the new breed of IPO. So again, this is a buyout. I think it's 1525. Yeah, buyout or 1575, something like that. Also, guys, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through the next day for some of these flyers that we see. You know, like yesterday, we saw a lot of flyers like BON, where you know the BON, and I know I saw a lot of them here in the pre-market actives down. I remember ACON, ACON. There's BON, drug. You know, a lot of these ones that were flying yesterday, no follow through whatsoever. So we're in for a week open, not a hugely weak open like yesterday, but we're in for a week open right now. See the SPY's down a little bit. So we've had two big two big down days now. Of course, Friday and Monday. AVEO, don't even see that one. I don't see that one on my list at all. Be a reason for that. Yeah, it's a volume. Yeah, so I have a minimum volume usually, so I don't see that one. Nice little break though, out of in this daily. Let's see if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on it, but that is a nice little break. There's no volume yet for AVEO. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so looking at FinViz, there's a maximum of 20. Well, actually, it looks like they're about 20. Actually, 30. 30 companies today are looking at FinViz. XPEF is one. Didn't really go over it. I just don't find that it really trades that well. Oh, XPEF, sorry. So, but XPEF is an earnings play today. Not dynamic enough for me. I guess that's what I mean. Just not dynamic enough for me. But it is under 20 right now. So if I look left, yeah, so it's right at these levels. What's that low right there? 1990. So, but then the next low looking left is 1835. So, I mean, there is some room, I suppose, if it wants to keep moving down, but check on Nile, if they're moving down with it, and LI, not really. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to go to the doc channel bar. So from our toolbar, click on new, and then doc channel bar, and then show more, and then sector status. All right, so this is what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. And so for instance, XLE, major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% in green, that means 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So obviously energy must be up, or oil prices must be up a little bit today. I mean, what's going on with OPEC, et cetera, et cetera. But so that's what that means. And is there any other sector? There's really no other strong sector. I mean, I suppose you could say financials right now, 71% right now. As I say, the SPY it's down a little bit, so that's what you would expect. Almost like a 50-50 for some of them. So right now, anyway, energy is a strong sector as we speak. So just looking to see if anything is sneaking in here. Yeah, ape guys. I mean, that ape 13% now. Lots of volume. Let's compare it to AMC right now in terms of percentages. Yeah, so ape right now is the preferred for the memers. Right now, ape is in terms of a percentage gain. Actually, retail was most of the retail stocks were up this morning. I noticed they were hammered. Well, like every sector yesterday was hammered, but so yeah, you're saying Nordstrom's is earnings play after hours. You're right. Yeah, look at Apron now, guys. Yeah, we're in a real choppy on these dynamic stocks. But what I saw yesterday, most of them, certainly after the first, I don't know, half an hour, really didn't have very much follow through at all. Of course, the market was down a lot, but a lot of times, the things that we see, they don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing, but we're certainly a lot choppier. It is showing up on my scans, IG, right here. If you see my pre-market actives up, right there, ape. So I don't know why it's. So when you say why is it not showing up on any scan, that is of course not correct because, well, I guess it's just too new. I don't know. When something is so new, we just don't have, our provider doesn't have that information yet. And my guess, just for fun, I'll go to another website and see what they've got. You go to Finviz doesn't even have yeah, I'm just saying, just looking, they don't even have it listed as a stock, as an example. Well, for it to appear right now on this one, it would have to hit 710, because my gap ups, but I wouldn't pay too much. I have these up because they, give me text to voice. That's all. I mean, I look at my pre-market actives up and down 99% of the time. This is just kind of okay. I get a sound alert, but in mine, I didn't turn my machine on, like literally until 8 o'clock, I guess. So for Ape would show up here. Ape would show up here, but it would have to take out the pre-market high. That's the trigger, the pre-market high. So if you depends what time you loaded your platform. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. As long as it's showing up here in the pre-market actives, that's all I care about. This one just got hammered today. AWH, they're doing a financing, I believe. Yeah, $9 million financing. Just got absolutely hammered today, down 37%. AWH. Twitter even got some guy, some former security head claims the company, this is the news on it, misled regulators about bot accounts, etc., which is sort of backing up what Elon is saying. But anyway, there's your Twitter news today. Really haven't had too much Twitter news in the last little while. Yeah, you could do that. Turn the pre-market axis up and down into a race. You could do that. Even Bed Bath & Beyond is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, up 5%. Pretty good volume, I guess. Another one has done a financing, $60 million financing for ASRT, almost an all-time low now for ASR. Well, I guess it's not almost. I guess yeah, it's 1.3%, but what that means is that they must have had a way higher stock price at one point. Yeah, that's why. And even higher, like way higher. Yeah, like 100. This obviously did many reverse splits or several reverse splits anyway. Coming into the 200-day moving average for ASRT, maybe a bounce, maybe. Really, all guys, I'm just waiting for that STBX to show up to see what happens. All right, get rid of this. Get ready for my races to start. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Look at Blue Apron. I mean, just really, really giving it up. Actually thought if this could hold 7, that we might have something here. It doesn't look good now. All right, we have less than a minute for this market to open, so let's have a good trading day, everybody. All right, we have about 10 seconds to the open. And here we go. We are now open. So let's see what's going to happen. See who starts winning races at the beginning of the day. So MRIN, yeah, still not really moving that much. Had some Snapchat news. Well, we got to talk about it, guys. Ape is moving. Ape on the move. I mean, if we're looking for something, remember, just a trade. We're just talking about a trade. That's all we're talking about. But Ape is on the move. Ape is on the move. I mean, Ape is on the move, guys. We can laugh, we can make fun of it, but it's on the move. PXMDs, I don't think it's I think it's supposed to be tomorrow, John. Supposed to be. The only one I see for today is the STBX. That BIAF is supposed to be sometime today, but or this week. All right, somebody mentioned AV. Now the volume is picked up. Nice call. AVEO. Nice break here, guys. AVEO. I don't see any news on it. AVEO. Boy, GCT. Look at this thing. Just what a short. But you've got to be really, really careful. All right. Well, there's HUSA, guys. HUSA. This one was active yesterday. This is like the Indo. All right. There's XPAV making a 10-day daily breakdown. The next, I think I said the next low for XPAV was 1835. So it's got a little bit of room, but it's too early for me. Okay, so the market is basically flat. The SPY's up just a little, NAS is up a little, Dow's down a little. So the market is basically kind of flat right now. All right, keep an eye on the HUSA. It did win that first race, but it is early. And let's take a look left. Got up to what, 528. So it's got a little bit of, wow, XPAV is just getting hammered. I did not take it. And again, it's just a little too early for me, but XPAV is getting hammered on early earnings. Not hammered, but it's certainly moving down on earnings. XPAV. And I think so. Indo and HUSA, guys, Usually they kind of trade together. Indo and Husa. This is a little more dynamic. The Indo coming into the 200-day moving average, 1062. So it's about a little over $1 away from it. The moment, please. All right. The HUSA, just kind of watching this thing, trying to hold 5, like psychological number. Just wondering about all this resist. I don't know if it's real true resistance. I mean, it's around 560 on the daily chart. All right, yeah, what G is a monkeypox play right now, guys. So looking left, is that right? $7. $7 is the next high. I mean, if it can take out $7, and after that, the next high is 1087. So big area for WETG to try to take out. I'm going to stick a price alert there. And even GCT is having a pop here, guys. Went all the way down to 29, then added $6 from that low, GCT. That's why you got to be awfully careful. Yeah, again, this is why I don't like taking these trades in the first 15 minutes. I run the risk of, something just flying on me right from the beginning, but too often I've just seen this sort of action. You get these topping tails, the pullbacks, and, it depends where you put your stop. You can get stopped out really quickly. But this wet G taking out 7 could really get it rocking, guys. WETG taking out 7 could get it going. I understand. I'm not saying to take the trade. I'm just pointing out what should be somewhat obvious. If it can take out 7, and then when you look left, and the next high is 1060 or so. So it would have some room. And Kirk, so some of the memers are trying to make a bit of a comeback here. A lot of choppiness in the first 15 minutes, guys. Look at, as an example, look at Ape. Look, I mean, we're using them as an example because of that big topping tail. Got up to 721, pulled all the way back down to 670. Tell is on the move here. Yeah, Tellurian is on the move here. Lot of air. Well, let's see. I mean, if it takes out, is it 473? 473. That's the next highs looking left. My big problem would be that 5 level though. I mean, when you look left on that daily chart, look at all this action right around 5. So yes, even if it took out at 474, you've got a lot of stuff to deal with there right around 5. So I don't know. BORR. I did see this in the pre-market. A little bit of a pop here. Some volume came in. A little bit of a pop for BORR, not a low float. But, there's just a lot of resistance, guys. I mean, just got to look in these daily charts. If you see a lot of resistance, I mean, it's hard to commit to take a trade. In my opinion, a lot of resistance anyway. Not that far away for BORR. And we have a halt now for wet G. I'm sorry, we had a halt and now our resumption. I didn't realize that it was halted. But you see how it got rejected? That 7. I mean, look, it's so hard, guys, in the first 15 minutes. I mean, here's another one. Looked pretty good for a while. I'm not saying it's dead today yet or all for the rest of the day, but it got close to 7 and then it pulls right back almost to 6. So wow, look at 8 now, guys. And just got halted. 8 just got halted. All right, well, Indo is the one. I mean, the HUSA is really lagging, but keep an eye on the HUSA, but Indo getting closer. Well, still $1 away from the 200-day moving average, but very, very, I mean, look at the float, 3.7 million. So very, very low float. Well, unless everybody tells me that my sound is distorting, I will keep doing what I'm doing. How's my sound, guys? Ape, what I want to see is where is this potential open? Okay, guys, thanks. Not really seeing a potential open, not really seeing anything. All right, here again, guys, having a bit of a day. Of course, I had the big 2 days when your government said that hearing aids would be, now I'm probably using the wrong word, subsidized or price reduction or whatever the heck, cheaper for most Americans. So that caused a big pop for ear on a couple of days, but then it almost gave it all up. Available without prescription, okay. Halliburton, guys, wow, really interesting area. Look at the 200-day moving average, 31.31, 31.35 is right at the 200-day moving average for Halliburton, HAL. Let's see if it gets rejected, or if it pops through, it's got a little bit of room. This is showing up on Zach's top scan. Yeah, so my bias of not taking a stock in the first 15, I mean, there it is, 1940 and 1828. So, in this particular case, of course, it would have been great if I'd taken that, but I just cannot do it. Too many times it just they just fish they're just too volatile. But in this particular case, XPEV went straight down. And I think it took out that low, 1835. Yeah, wow. So I mean, you got to look left again. 1801 is the next low looking left for XPAV. We're almost getting to be an all-time low now for XPAV. If this had been an all-time low, I would have taken it immediately. That's the only time I kind of break my rule about not taking a trade in the first 15. Oh boy, Dada's getting kicked here, guys. And it's an earnings play, August 22nd post-market. Yeah, so released earnings after hours, no big reaction. Look at that. In fact, the reaction was actually somewhat positive. And even this morning, kind of maintained. But now it's getting kicked a bit here. So yeah, so you can have my setup, okay? So why don't I just give it to you? Somebody's asking about the races. So you can have my race. If you go to my homepage, oops. If you go to my homepage and then click on the scan section, right here, the scan section, and then right in the upper left-hand corner, race mode. So the race that you see that I'm displaying, that's what that is, okay? I mean, I can't tell you what yours, well, you should have this, you should have the same. I mean, if you just loaded it, remember, mine starts at 9:30. So I mean, if you just loaded it now, it's not going to look exactly the same. And I haven't changed anything. So Hyzen, HYZN, guys, HYZN. Let's see if this one is again. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, 230 though, it's a huge resistance area for it. HYZN. You know what the main so the question from our YouTube room is what is the aim of the race and how it works? Other than the fact that it's showing you stocks that are moving, the main reason, and this is why I love it and why I will use it going forward almost exclusively, it gets you to focus on one window and one window alone. And it creates a watch list, excuse me, automatically for you, rank 1 through 10, depending on how many times the stock wins a race. So it's not that just because the stock is winning a race that you just take the trade. It's like anything else. You have to have some trading experience. But instead of creating a series of alert windows, some topless windows, and you're cooking like mad on all sorts of different setups, for me, one of the most powerful parts of this or pieces of this is the fact that you can focus on one window for the day. Okay. Now, you have to still have some trading experience. So when I look at that, just like I said, so this HYZN was moving up the leaderboard, but the minute I look at this daily chart and it's at 208, and there's a ton of resistance at 230, that for me means, well, I mean, obviously, if I took it at 208 and I got right to 230, that wouldn't be bad. But I look at that and go, I just don't like all that resistance there. Okay, so that is the training. That's the trading experience that comes into play. So I mean, you still have to get, but the biggest reason for it is the focus, 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 focus. So remember what it's trying to do, not trying to do, what it is doing. All races are based on a top list. So what it's doing, if I sort on the change from the open right now, the change from the open, that is a, let me just make the change so you can see that. Okay, so that is the change from the open. So right now, EAR is 15% from the open, RVPH is 12%, etc. Okay, that's all well and good. The top list before we had races, you could sort on any column that you had. So if I wanted to find the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close, you just double left click on the column header, and you could find that information sorted. But how do you use that to trade? I mean, unless I stare at EAR and watch it go from 14% to 15% to 16%, if it did it, I really don't know what's moving in this list. Okay, I really don't know, and that's what the race does. It can look at something. I mean, it could be the one that's at the top right now, the change from the open. It could be like the top stock ranked in that fashion. It could be, but it could be some stock that's down here, say TGB, which is only 5.6 above the open. But all of a sudden, what if it starts to move? And now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 12% for whatever reason. You will see that move as it's moving up the leaderboard. Again, it doesn't mean you take the trade automatically, but as you're seeing, if you're looking for active stocks, I mean, this is, looking for active stocks, giving you, potentially, the big percentage gains, this is a great window. So the main thing though is then it just gets you to focus on one window, and it creates this top list or sorry, a watch list for you automatically based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So if HUSA won another race later on, that one that you see beside it would change to 2. So, at the beginning, obviously we just started the races started at 9:30 for me, and they're 4-minute races. But a couple of hours in, you'll probably get a different picture. You'll probably see 10 stocks, and you may see a stock that's won maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 races. You follow those stocks all day long. Okay, looking for potential setups. That's why though you've got to practice. Practice trading. Use our simulator. So that may not be the answer that you want. That, okay, if something is winning a race, you just pile into the trade. I'd love to be able to say that, but no. But now it's of interest. I mean, imagine if EAR somehow kind of based just a little bit here, for a while. But again, you look left on the daily chart, and what do I see? 284. I mean, it could stall at that high of 3 days ago. If it can get through that though, then you've got 350 up here, which would be great. But you see that you've got to get some chart reading experience also. But for me, the greatest part about this is the focus on one window. Now that's how I use it. But you should go to our guide, and it shows you about the race setup. And I think even Steve put something in there. Let me just get my. If you go to my homepage, and go to the education section, go to the guide, and then go to TI stock race. I mean, it's all covered in here, and here's a setup. And I don't know if I actually read this, but or saw this. I think I did a while back. How to trade race winners. Now, it's very, very generic, but this gives you a good idea about, first of all, what the races are all about. So everything that I've just said, I mean, at least you have a guide to go to. But and understand that a race is always launched from any top list. I like to see stocks that have some movement in them. That may not be, and I'm just talking in general, may not be your stock. You may want to see just follow large cap stocks doing, that are moving, but maybe not quite as volatile. And I mean, look at VIVK, guys. Wow, look at VIVK right now. So when you see that percentage, 16.8%, what that percentage means is since the race started about 2 minutes ago, that has moved 16.8%. So this is showing you the relative strength compared to every other stock in that list. Something's happening right now to VIVK. Now, does that mean you pile into the trade? Not necessarily, but it's certainly something that has to be watched. What if it pulled back to 2 or something? A lot of you like to play pullback trades. But if you're looking for a way to identify stocks that are moving, this is a great race. The custom, I don't. Well, no, it's just replays the race, and I think you can just replay it from, whenever you want. If you want to call it back testing, the real value I think of the replay is that if say you miss a day and miss a day of trading, and at 4 o'clock Eastern, you want to replay the race that you've got. So it'll take 6.5 minutes to replay the entire day. Basically, 1 minute per hour, 6.5 hours the market's open, so 6.5 minutes. And then you'll see what happened all day long. It'll just basically replay, and it'll create that top 10 list. So you could look at that list, and you maybe the stock that won the most races, maybe that's a stock you should be following tomorrow, as an example. Not 100%, but any stock that wins, races over and over during the day, is something that not probably, it should be followed. So there's Ape as an example. It won one race, okay? You might say, I wonder if it can take out 7 again. Could that get it going? So the fact that it is not, say, moving up and winning another race, but it did do something, just click on it and see what it's doing. See how this is the practicing, visualization, trying to figure out, okay, yeah, if Ape took out 7 again, that could get it going again. And that's why we've got our simulator. You practice in the simulator. And if you listen to Dan, our CEO, I mean, he talks about practicing for 6 months before you actually commit money to the market. I know most of you don't want to hear that. You want to fund your account and you want to start trading immediately. I get it. I also saw a comment, kind of, I don't want to say irate, but thought it was a waste of money, this room, because I'm not telling people what to buy and sell. And that's fair enough. I mean, if that's why you're in the room, because you think I'm going to say, okay, guys, when Ape hits $7, you should be buying that stock. That's not going to happen. I'll point out opportunities. The other thing is you have to have some kind of a trading plan. Does that meet the style of trader? And if you're starting out, you won't even know what style of trader you are. You don't know if you want to be a momentum trader, watching stocks breaking, new highs for the day or new lows if you're shorting. Maybe you're want to be more of a pullback trader, a stock pulling back to some moving average, or to a certain area on the chart that looks like there's support. There's all sorts of ways to trade, but I'm not going to tell you what to buy and sell. What I'll do, I just basically what I've done right here is I could easily say, the 723 level, if it gets up there, I'm going to be very interested in taking this trade, but that is not to say you should do the same thing. Well, I mean, I saw the email that came in, and somebody was say it's a waste of time because I'm not telling people what to buy and sell. Couple things. I'm not an investment advisor, so I've got to be awfully careful about what I do say. And guys, the HUSA is warming up again. Kind of lagged the Indo a bit. And again, this is basically, well, not basically, it's an energy play, little company, low float, 8.8 million in the float. This is going to easily trade the float today. 5.6 million have traded already. Has a little bit of room to that 550 level. I did not take the trade. I was actually, this is one that I was maybe looking at taking early, but I didn't do it. Well, Mike or MK, that's sort of an impossible question for me to ask or answer. How does it work best of all? I mean, everybody's style is different. So I don't know what your style is. I'm just trying to say that if I were brand new to trade ideas, all I would do is be looking at the race. And I'm not saying my race is the be all and the end all, what I like to see, but you can construct your own race from a top list. So for instance, as I said before, maybe you don't like stocks. And when I say you, I'm just talking in general. Maybe you'd rather see stocks that are more large cap, that are biggest gainers from the open. Okay. So for instance, I do have a race built on that. That's not what I like to see, but that could be, what somebody else likes to see. Large cap gainers from the open. I'll share that. It won't be as dynamic. It certainly will not be as dynamic in terms of percentages, but it may be, if you're starting out, especially. I mean, these are not easy. I mean, these are typically they're lower floats, and they're lower floats not because I have a filter that's only looking at low float stocks, but for a stock to move, even 11%, but you see some of these crazy moves that are up, 50, 60, 100, 200%. Well, you're not going to get a stock like Meta, Facebook, whatever, moving that amount with a 1.5 billion or 2 billion in the float. Remember what the float is, the available number of shares, or the number of shares that are available for trading on any given day. So you take all the shares outstanding, you start subtracting what the insiders own, etc. And mutual funds, not that there are a lot of mutual funds in something like this, but 3 million shares is very, very low. I consider 20 million very low. So anything less than 20 million, I consider a low float stock. And so why is that important? Well, this is not that this has moved that much, but if this were up now 50, 60, 100%, the float is the available supply of stock, and how much volume is trading today is the demand. So if all of a sudden, you've got high demand and low volume, high demand and low supply, it's like any other commodity on earth. The price will go up. But right now, I mean, the market's kind of stagnant right now. I mean, you can see the Nas is up a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's up just a little bit. So the market is kind of stagnant right now. Now, typically these sort of stocks, but look at, well, you, when you look at ear and you saw how ear was moving and all of a sudden it had the big pullback, that's what that sort of red is. So just, yeah, a lot of chop. Exactly, a lot of chop this morning right now, a lot of chop. So for me, I just bide my time. I'm not going to try to force a trade just because I'm bored. I mean, this is kind of interesting. I mean, the VIVK, because it's at 206 right now, kind of holding that two level. When you look left, the next high is 235. I mean, it's not bad. I'm obviously, again, as I said before, if you took this, I'm not saying to take it, but I mean, if you took this trade at 205 and it got up to 235, that's a great percentage move. The problem is, I mean, like myself, if I were in this trade right now and it started approaching this, I'd be bailing before it got to that level, just to make, because that's what I think other traders are going to do. So you're not, what I'd rather see is the next high way up here at 368. Okay, get rid of all this. Look at HUSA now, guys. HUSA now. This one, okay, Adam. The link that I posted is filtered for large cap stocks. Okay, so that link that I just put in underneath you when you asked, that is filtered for large cap stocks. So for instance, it's a half a million, sorry, excuse me, a 500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 million shares in the float. Okay, minimum. So you're not going to see fast movers, but that might be your style. Boy, ape is still halted. Oh, I'm sorry. It just got halted again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, Indo's got that look. But again, you've got to be very careful. I say it all the time. I'll keep nagging everybody to death on this. 3.7 million in the float. You can't buy this and then wander away from your computer. And look what's happening right into the 200-day moving average, 1062. So it's right in that area, the 200-day moving average. See that green line on my big daily chart? So it's going right into it. Now, this is not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, you may be looking at that. I mean, can it take that out in a big way, that 200-day moving average in a big way? So HUSA is on the move too now, lagging. Well, I shouldn't say that. 38% Indo. How about the HUSA? HUSA is, yeah, okay. It's lagging a little bit, 22%. These had their big moves, which were back on. If you look at the Indo chart will look virtually the same as the HUSA chart on these 2 days, on March the 7th and 8th. Okay, if I look at Indo, you're going to see virtually the same. Indo is just a little crazier, got up to what, $87. I mean, the ear is interesting. The ear is getting more interesting the longer it sits in this area. I mean, if it ever, get as long as the volume comes in, because the high of a few days ago was 284. So why don't we do this? We'll practice here. I'm going to click the buy button. Okay, and I'm going to put a conditional buy order right there at 287. You're going to see hopefully a line will appear on the chart. There we go, which is basically taking out that high of 3 days ago. This is in the simulator, okay? And that's how you can practice. Well, so much for that 200-day moving average for Indo. Well, you have to go to the scan section, Rob. I mean, if I click on my home page again, I mean, here's my home page. Yes, of course, of course. I mean, my home page is a lot of information, but you have to go to the scan section right here. If that's what you're looking for. I'm sorry, what were you looking for? Yeah, so you've got to go to the scan section. So you click on my home page and you have to go to the scan section. I mean, obviously I've got, my home page is general. People want to take out a subscription. Yes, here it is. Stock of the day video I do, the trade of the week, but here is the scan section. You just have to scroll down to it. Okay? I don't know how that's possible. I'm not doubting you. I just don't know how it's possible. I mean, here's my link. And so when I click on the link, this is what I see. Anybody else, when they click on my link, doesn't it just take you to my home page? And I don't look at level two, no. And that is to say, I don't look at level two because I just think there are too many games being played on level two, bids being put in, yanked, and they're not supposed to do that, but they all do it. So I don't look at level two at all. Some have said, for the cheaper stocks, it might be helpful. And listen, because I don't look at level two doesn't mean, you or anybody else shouldn't look at level two. The whole thing is, if you can find a way to use level two and make money, fabulous. But I just don't even bother with it. Yeah, right, perfect. All right, guys, ape is getting very interesting. I mean, it's back over that 7 level, guys. And remember, it doesn't matter what you think about ape and what the split off or whatever you want to call it from AMC. We're just talking about trades, guys. My goodness, look at GCT. I mean, does anybody not think this is just going to go right back down to here, actually 15? I'm not saying to take this scan. I'm not trying to say to take the scan, but boy. Hey, look at the SPY, guys. A little action on the SPY. Okay, so Ken, we do have a couple of position and range filters that you can find stocks that are near an all-time high. Okay. So for instance, so the question in our YouTube room is, can I find stocks that are near all-time highs and near maybe even the past month? Oops. So that's in our YouTube room. So if I right click on an alert window, just want to show you, and click on configure, and then do a search and type in position, POSIT. You can just start right there. Okay, so we have a lot of position in ranges, including, so the 20-day range is 20 trading days. Okay, so that would be the month. So if you're looking for stocks, in the top minimum, whatever, if you want it to be within 90 to 98% of the high in the month, you could do something like that. Or if you want it right at the high, you could put 100%, and you're going to see stocks they could be above because it's looking back. Okay, it's looking back previous days, and the same thing then with lifetime. You asked for lifetime? Yeah, so then we have the position in a lifetime range. The same thing. If you put 100 in here, you want to have other filters, of course, but if you put 100 in here minimum, you're going to see stocks that are right at the lifetime highs, as an example. So you could create a top list, okay? Use that, put 100 or 95 minimum, and then sort on that column, and you'll see the ones that are right near the all-time high or at the all-time high in terms of lifetime, and you can do the same thing with the 1 month. Make sense? Okay, good. Oh, so for me on I will click, look at ear as an example. I was talking about ear. So I would have loved to have seen this take up this 280, okay? And I probably would have taken that trade as an example. But it's just not done it. So yeah, there's something going on here because that line should still be appearing. In fact, I'm gonna have to talk to somebody. Just give me a moment, okay? Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. I, I just had to because there's something going on because that line should be I believe anyway. I had that conditional buy order for ear. It should still be on the chart in my opinion. It still is listed in the orders. It didn't execute it, but I don't know why it's disappearing. I don't know if that's supposed to happen. So that would be so for the ear, I was talking about. So that would be an area where I would probably take the trade. The HYZN. I mean, HYZN is sort of interesting right now because it had just a little pullback. But as I keep saying, you look left and look at all the resistance. I mean, this might blow right through that resistance, but I look at the daily chart. So consequently, I won't take this trade. If this weren't here, if all of this weren't here, and the next high I saw looking left were way up here at 450, I'd be all over this one. Okay, as an example. Okay, as an example. So I mean, the VIVK. Remember, it was soaring at the high here, up here. Um, Again, I just look at this resistance, and it's I just don't like it. I'm pretty selective about getting into trades. I'd rather not see all this, but look at the Indo as an example. I thought maybe the 200-day moving average would stall it. It didn't, but I would not take that trade, that close to the 200-day as an example. So, but now you see what I want to do is I want to start clicking on the ones that had won races earlier to see if there's any sort of a setup for me. Again, I thought maybe that if the 8 took out 7 again, I'll reset my alert. I'll reset it. Oops, no, 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 no. I'll reset it and see if it takes it out again. I mean, there's obviously no resistance because I mean the next high looking left is up here. It only started trading as ape yesterday. So, sir, am I interested in a stock as it's moving up? Of course. But I'm more interested in the list that it creates, at the top, like the top 10 as a watch list. Then I can start clicking and saying, okay, what is it doing right now? What is wet G doing right now? Not interested, okay? Look what it's doing, unless I could short it. But that's why, you've got to practice trading. The other thing is what I'm finding, and yesterday, maybe a little bit on Friday also, I'm not seeing a lot of follow through right now on a lot of these. Follow through meaning, I mean, right now, what I'd love to see is this VIVK holding this two and then moving above it and starting to move higher. Okay. I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through right now. It might be the nature, maybe these low floaters are not, you're just not going to do this for that for a while. Because for a while, what would happen is we'd see, say, a VIVK, it would pull back a little bit, base, and then start to move again instead of having these wild up and down swings. I don't think that the trade of the week is triggered either. STKL. Nope. So far, this is still a no-go. It's not a bad trade of the week. Okay, we get the comments. I mean, it's amazing. I don't think people read. I honestly don't believe people read the emails that they get. The trade of the week is all outlined for you. It says this is the trigger point. If it hits this trigger point, I mean, you don't have to take the trade there, but this is the suggested area to take the trade. It never hit it. So this doesn't mean this is a bad trade or a bad trade of the week. It's just like last week's. It never hit the trigger point. So it's basically a wash. You shouldn't have taken the trade. But again, I don't think people read. Well, we see a lot of charts that look like this, guys. I mean, these big bases and then maybe a little bit of a move. So here's this Art W. So what do we see looking left? 246. So I mean, this has got some room. This has got some room. 246. If it takes out 246, I think the next high is 246. Sorry, so it's at 240 right now. If it can take out 246, then when you look left, The next high is 316, certainly far enough away on a percentage basis. So, I mean, this is something, maybe put a price alert at 246 or click the buy button. Just click the buy button and, practice. Oops, practice, drop it at say 248. And if it hits that price, there it is. Practice, in the simulator. Okay. Yeah, Mitchell, if you're talking about why these things disappearing, yeah, but that defeats the purpose if I have to keep doing that, right? So I'll see what happens on this one. But I've just noticed this that the line, I mean, that line should be there all the time. I mean, look how whippy things are, guys. I mean, look at the Husa. I mean, up to 550 almost, and right back down to 515. I mean, these are pretty big percentages. Yeah, 550, and it got back down to 510. I mean, those are pretty big drops percentage wise. Okay. Now, the interesting thing about, of course, the way I've structured this race here is that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see a stock just climbing, hasn't appeared at all during the day, and all of a sudden, you see something that's just starting to move. You don't have to have alert windows. You don't have to have anything else. If you're looking for fast-moving stocks relative to, the main market, I mean, this is a great, great scan for it. But again, it may not be what, you want. You maybe want something a little more, I don't want to say traditional, but not quite as volatile, in which case I've got that large cap one that you can take a look at. You just will not get the big percentage moves, but that may be easier, especially if you're starting out. It might be easier for you. All right, how the sector is doing? Well, okay, it's 10:28 already, but let's just take a quick look to see if anything has really changed. So I'm going to click on the dock channel bar. Then I've got a scan or something from the open now instead of from the close. So let's see if anything has really changed. So yeah, I mean, energy. So what you're seeing here, 100%. So when we saw in the pre-market, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE were above yesterday's close, and energy is still strong because 100% of them are up above the open. Their first trade of the day, 100% of them are above that first trade of the day, and so obviously they're still up above yesterday's close. Technology, look at technology. I think when I looked at it, I can't remember what the percentage was, but 91% of the stocks that make up XLK are above the open. Communications 81%. So, you can see, is there a weak sector? I don't usually look at utilities. There's not really a weak sector other than utilities, but I don't care about them. Not really a weak sector right now. Not based on the open. I guess healthcare, sorry, healthcare. So 67% are down from it that make up XLV. are down from the open. So if you're in a healthcare stock right now, you're long, you're probably going against the trend, as an example. Meanwhile, guys, okay, so Neptune, which was really active yesterday, NEPT. So it has broken above yesterday's high, 254. And then the next high looking left, I think this is the one that has a little bit of room. Yeah, 347. So, I mean, this has got potential. Another low float, 6.5 million in the float. It'll easily trade the float today, traded 5.6 already. Just a minute, please. Another one, guys. I mean, I'd love to be taking some of these, but look at the RVPH. I mean, to me, you look left, just too much resistance. There's too many little highs that could impede it. If all this weren't here, if the next one were way up here at $1.90, it could be awesome. But but I'm just selective. Boy, it's so tempting to short this, but you got to be so careful down the GCT. You don't have to have a wide stop because this can go crazy on the way up. We saw that yesterday. Okay, guys, VIVK getting interesting right now. Getting very interesting right now. Not a ton of room, but okay, I'm not looking for much on this. This is a pure scalp for me now. So I'm in this one at 212. Gets anywhere close to 2, I'm out. And that's the VIVK. Again, not a recommendation. It's anywhere close to this, I'm gone. I mean, it's 235 is the next high. And it's a low float, 7.8 million in the float. Let's see, is there any news on this one? I have no idea what they do. Clean energy, okay. I almost feel like taking my 6 cents and running. There we go. Okay, little bit of a move. All right. Well, I took a big 11 cents on this, 12 cents. I mean, not bad on a percentage basis. 11 cents, sorry. And that's the VIVK. So there you go, guys. Laid it out a little bit, but wasn't in love with it because I thought there's too much resistance. A little bit close, but okay, the moment of truth, really. I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe it gets all through this. I don't know. Maybe it turns into a fantastic trade if it gets all through all this. All right, guys, I'm up completely out of it now. Completely out of it. We got up to that level, that 235. When you look left, what do you see? 235 was the high, right? So that was to me, could it take that out? Couldn't quite do it. So not yet anyway. But I'm out of it now. Not bad. I mean, 223 and 231 sells from 212. Not bad. Got more than I thought. Well, I was asked what my stop was. I did not want to let it get below two. If it got back into, I mean, that was my absolute out. But if it had got back into the 205, like actually underneath 210, I would have been probably itching to get out. But I would not let it go below two for sure. Some of my secondary charts have a lag on updates. Do I know the error? I don't know what you mean by a secondary chart. What do you mean by that? Not on your main screen. So I don't know. You have several monitors and still don't know what you mean. I mean, I only have four thumbnail charts now, and I can't tell if they're lagging or not because I don't really stare at them. But is that what you mean? Amazing how that works, guys. Right to the penny. 235. Right to the penny. Okay, let me just see. I'm getting any lag on my, as you call it, secondary. No, I mean, I'm looking at GCT, 299, 28.99, 28.80. I mean, it seems to be, so I'm not seeing that at all. I'm not seeing any lag on my other charts. So can you do the same thing I did? I mean, just put, as you call it, your main monitor. So put something that's moving pretty rapidly, say put GCT. Well, or put whatever you've got thumbnailed, put it on your main monitor and just watch. I mean, I'm just watching here. I don't see any lag at all. So I don't know how they're going to help you, is what I'm trying to say. I guess I'm not sure how they're going to help you because maybe do a refresh or something like that. But so yeah, you guys were talking. I mean, this is one definitely. I mean, the NEPT, isn't that one that I had? No, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I now I wish I'd taken the NEPT instead of the VIVK. The minute it took out that high of yesterday, which was 260, I mean, it had more room than the other one, but I wasn't focused on it. Look at it go now. See, I never had a problem with the single stock window. I did see some posts on that, but I personally never had an issue with my single stock window. So hello, everybody. Excuse me, I'm a little bit late. Normally I do this around 10:20, but first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, forgot my big intro. So if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So first thing I like to do is direct people to take a look at my homepage. I have a lot of information on my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, listen, I would hold off taking out a subscription right now because I know there's going to be a promo probably released in the next day or two, which will be at least 25% off, probably the 25% off. Okay. So I would hold off taking out a subscription right now. If you've just taken out a subscription, though, please, mandatory, you do this. The Let's Get Started. Okay, it runs through some of the basic things, the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. So it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. Okay, please do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. It's all free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, this week's trade of the week did not trigger. If you read the email, you'll see, it's considered triggered at a certain price. It never hit that price. So right now, just like last week's, it didn't hit the price. So it's not like it's a bad trade of the week. It just is it's a sort of a non-event, but it is free. So you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. About an hour before. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam and or if you have a Gmail account, maybe your promotions folder, okay? All the education is here. So this is the user guide. So you should do obviously you should have already done, or if you can go to the user guide and do the getting started from here. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. Okay, the racing is really well laid out. A couple of videos, okay, lots of text. Spend the time to learn what the racing is all about and why this is basically the only thing I do now. Now, of course, there are other things here, learning how to set price alerts, sound alert, but get all this down first. The alert window, top list window, and racing, stock racing. Okay, get that down first before you dive into the other aspects of trade ideas. There is that getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. Michael is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and also he likes to backtest strategies and things like that. So you have questions like that, save them up, and Michael will be there between 12 and 1. And I will put the YouTube link in, maybe about 5 to 12. So you can head over there and to listen to Michael between 12 and 1. And then Chris Varley in our YouTube room takes over, and he's there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And again, before I shut the main room down, I'll put the YouTube link in. Our webinars will start again next week, so you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, Michael Noss. I just mentioned Michael Noss. So he put together this great little series. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock, about as basic as you can get. Okay, so that's free. And then my scans. Here in my scan section. So this is the race that I talk about, the race that I talk about all the time. Just give me one moment. All right, so this is the race that I talk about. Now, I have only one other scan that I really look at, okay? I don't get very many alerts, the 10-day daily breakout, and if I'm looking to short something on the breakdown. But look at the ones that show up in the 10-day daily breakout. Do they look familiar? They're up in here in the racing. So I probably don't even have to look at this. I know they're going to be in the races. There is my single stock window. Okay, this is mine. Single stock windows are customizable. This is what I like to see. All these are filters. That's all they are. That's just what I like to see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes. You hear me talk about the halts resumes. I mean, it's a scan, sort of. It's just alerting me when a stock has been halted and when it resumes, okay? And then Momo. So I do have one other alert window that I know is pretty popular. So I decided I'll keep it as something that people can take a look at. Not that I use it, but it's, I know it's very popular. And now Zach's bouncers and toppers. This is more advanced. So for people who are looking for stocks that may have topped out, in other words, they've moved very high and maybe in a bit of a parabolic move, and maybe they've topped out, and then you can short them, or something that has moved down a lot, and then you want to play a bounce. Again, I would call this for advanced people, all right? But I decided to keep it in here. And then this is another very basic scan. Some people like to see the basic new highs and lows. So I kept very few. I used to have a bigger list of scans that I was sharing, but I'm really trying to get people to concentrate on just one scan, and that's it, the race mode, because that's what I do. So my advice, save my link. Then you can look at the education, my scans, and everything else anytime you want if you save my link. Yeah, I know I'm going to say this probably every day. I have mixed emotions about having the Tesla and the and Apple there. Why they do this? They, and once you get used to using races, you can delete them. Okay. Why they do it is because everybody knows Tesla, everybody knows Apple, and they think, okay, let's follow those stocks. But if you're looking for active stocks, really active stocks making moves, obviously Apple and Tesla are not the ones. So why they put this in here is that very rarely are you going to see Tesla moving to the top of the leaderboard or Apple to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, because in relation to, excuse me, guys, just a minute. Sorry about that. In relation, if you're looking for, okay, guys, here we go. Too much sugar. It opened up way too high. STVX, way too high. I was hoping it would open around 10. Doggone it. And I'm sure it's going to get halted. Just got halted, I'm sure. I know I wanted to take it immediately, but I mean, that's just a little, and oh, good grief. It's going to go crazy. Absolutely bonkers, guys. Just to put a stamp on this Tesla and Apple, okay? If you want to get rid of it, you can. You probably have something that says add edit. I'm on a later beta. And if I click on the gear, no, I'm sorry, the pencil. But I don't want to do that. Should have duplicated this because now I've stopped that race. But anyway, yeah, the pencil for me, but I think you have something called add edit. If you want to get rid of Tesla and Apple, you can do so. They're just trying to show you that if you're looking for stocks that, relative to, say, the stocks that people all know about, Apple, Tesla, SPY, Microsoft, etc. If you're looking for active stocks, then that's why they show it here so that you can see, hey, Apple and Tesla don't really move that much. Now, if you want to trade Apple and Tesla, I mean, and you're making money doing it, great. But if you're looking for stocks that are really moving, that's why they put it here. Okay. Yeah, Chris, I almost said the first bad word in 5 years in the room, or 6 years. So ticked off. I was hoping this would open around 10, 12, and I would be able to just scoop some immediately. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Well, Mohammed, Okay, how you trade them. I mean, if you're new to trading, don't even bother. I mean, I'm in a trading room, so of course, this is of interest. How I was going to try to trade them, this one, is if it opened around, but you have to understand, Mohammed, that, the only reason I'm interested in this is because of the structure. And this was the structure. This is highly risky. Okay, highly, highly risky. But this was the structure: 5 million shares between $4 and $5, and Malaysia. Okay, so we've seen these things, with that sort of structure, very few shares, low IPO price, and especially outside of North America, these things can go absolutely crazy. So how to trade them? It's purely speculative. But I was hoping it would open around 10 or 12, and then I was going to hop on some and see what happened. It was just going to be one of those, but I don't know. I don't see how I can do that now. So how to trade them, I can't tell you. I mean, there's no history, of course, so it's just highly speculative. Well, if I bought at 10 and it dropped to 8, it wouldn't have killed me. Okay, I would have. My out was going to be 5. The high of the IPO price, if it got down to 5, so I would have share sized accordingly. But again, this is not for, if you're new to trading. I've got to talk about it. I'm in a trading room, of course, but if you're new to trading, IPOs are not easy. Trader 7, no, this is a proprietary composite rating that we have. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with IBD. I'm so ticked off because I've been waiting like a week for this one. So right now it's halted. So the projected open right now is 36. So it's halted at 29.70. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Now, one of the reasons why it would not show up here, by the way, in case you're wondering, the biggest gainers from the open, it's not going to show up here because I still have a filter in place that the stock has to be up 2% from yesterday's close. Well, of course, it wasn't trading yesterday, so it will not show up here. That filter will prevent it. Yeah, typically, most brokers will not have shorts available for this tomorrow either. Certainly not today. Most brokers probably won't have shorts available for this for several days. GCT, I think shorts were available yesterday. So this is the same sort. This is what I was hoping would happen. It might go to 15, maybe 10 to 15. This is the same sort of structure. There's an IPO and it got up to $60, but there's no. So Mohammed, trading an IPO the day of is highly, highly risky. That's all I'm saying. Even if you're new to trading, I mean, that's why you can't take a lot of shares because anything could happen. But I was willing, based on what I've seen with these with the structure, sort of similar structure, it just went too quickly. Oh, well, let's see what it opens at though. Let's see. If it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open. In fact, well, we can already tell it's not going to be a 5 minute halt. So typically these halts are 5 minutes, volatility halts. Oh, it did resume. What? No. Oh, it got halted again then. Sorry. No. Okay, I'm confusing myself. Okay. This is a resume, okay? This is the little quirk that we've got in our halts resumes. Sometimes, I would say maybe 90% of the time, because people ask, do you have an IPO alert as such? There is a bit of a hack. I wouldn't use it anyway because I like the way I do it, so that when it starts to trade, it pops up, my price alert pops up. I can see the structure, how many shares, the IPO price, maybe who was behind it, etc. But there's a quirk with our halts resumes. I would say 90% of them show up as a resume the first day of trading. So that's what happened. And you can see, but it was halted almost immediately. So it is now what, 11 o'clock and this 10:52. So this is going to be maybe a longer halt. Well, I know it's going to be a longer halt. I can't really recommend anything, Ron, because I'm look, I'm fixed on this. Okay, so it's that simple, Ron. I'm really fixed on this. I mean, I do talk about that. You can look at the momentum channel. I mean, I know it's popular, but it's hard for me to recommend anything because I this is all I'm going to do. And also, I don't. But the other thing is, I don't know what sort of a trader you are, but I will not recommend anything outside of the racing right now. Yeah, that's why. I mean, we've got a lot of different channels. I mean, they're all theme based, but the explosive winners channel is based on this. Or my race is based on that explosive winners channel. Well, I would really, really concentrate on the races, okay? Learn about them. It doesn't have to be this race, okay? This is the race I like to see, but remember, every race, the racing always starts off with a top list window. And you can create your own top list window and run a race on it. I mean, this may not be, your style. And when I say anybody's style, I mean, I just what I like to see because I want to see the ones that are moving, but they are riskier. That's why I put in the other one. If you're more interested in something that is large cap gainers from the open, okay? So as opposed to you're not going to get the same sort of moves, but it doesn't mean it's bad. I should load this one just to see what sort of action we are getting. But so this is like large cap gainers from the open. So the only difference between these two windows is that I put 500 million as a minimum market cap here and a minimum of 50 million shares in the float. Okay, so that's the difference. So you're not going to get these, crazy 10, 20, 30% moves, but maybe this is more style for people who, get too nervous about trying to trade these sort of stocks. I get it. I completely get it. But that's why, practice trading. you could, I wouldn't go crazy about having too many races open, okay? That basically defeats the purpose, because the whole idea, for me anyway, is to concentrate on one scan. Having one other one, okay. But don't go crazy and try to have 3 or 4 races going at the same time, because you'll still fall into the same sort of pitfall of clicking like mad on all the different alerts that you're getting and getting nothing done. I mean, aside from the fact that this is a great presentation of stocks that are moving, and if that's what you're looking for stocks that are moving, it's a great presentation, but it also just gets you to focus on one scan. Well, this is a long halt now, guys. Well, there's another crazy one, and it's probably going to do the same thing. This is Jay-Z. I know, Jay-Z on Friday. And this is another IPO. It's a China IPO. And also, the people behind this are the infamous AMTD. So, but it may do the same sort of thing. It may open just so high that it's hard to commit. All right, guys. Well, as I'm waiting for this maybe to open, so just to give you a general idea about what Trade Ideas is, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay. And as I showed you, I'm sharing, especially this scan on my homepage. We do have other scans. If you click on new and then click on from the toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar. And by the way, I should always mention the racing and that brokerage plus window is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Unfortunately, it's not available if you're using the web-based version of our product. And of course, you're probably using the web-based version if you have a Mac. Now, there's a way around it, of course, if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or do something like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft 360, okay? But this is a PC-based program. So if you're only going to use the web-based version, then racing and this brokerage plus window where you can practice trading is not available. So here is explosive winners, one of the channels, explosive winners. So I mean, this race right here is basically the same as this race. All I did was I upped the minimum volume and I created a price range that I liked, okay, to trade. And that's the only difference. But you could look at this all day long if that's what you wanted to do. And another popular one, though, is the momentum channel. Okay. So if you wanted to have one other alert window, one other, so you've got your racing scan going and you are looking for stocks, momentum style stocks. Well, this would be one to take. Okay. So this is an alert window. What is it looking for? So take a look at LYEL. So it made a new high at 726. But what is it looking for? Configure. I'm going to right click, configure, and then summary. So this is what this scan is looking for. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and you can see that volume that came in, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 100,000 shares. This is the key. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So typically, when you click on the alert, when you get it, you're going to see a big volume burst. Okay. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's an example. Now, if you like this scan, all you have to do is you have to take it out of the layout. And to do that, you right click and then you duplicate into a free floating window. And that popped on my other monitor. So now it's free floating. Okay. Now you can do one of two things. You can save it right now, right click, save or share to the cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Or you might look at this and think, well, I like the idea of it, but I don't like the price range. So you can click on that icon and you can change the price range if you want to. I click on the summary now, see how it's changed to 10 and 100. So just two things. You can either take the scan exactly as it is, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. Okay? And if you take, other scans out of the different windows that we've got, the different channels that we've got, and you want to bring them back, you bring them back one at a time. You just file load from cloud and you will see them. So you would highlight it, load it, do the file load again, highlight the next one, load it again. But I caution you not to have too many alert windows or top list windows up and running. But that's how you can actually build a layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Boy, this is a long haul, guys. I wonder if they're going to get a little more tougher with these ones coming out of China, or well, this is Malaysia, but outside of North America. Bed Bath and Beyond, Zach, how are you, man? Yeah, how low is right? I mean, 668 is the next low. Looking left. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Just to show you quickly how you can do that. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on search this time. So when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. And when I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are our filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they try to do is create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's why we have so many. You don't have to learn them all, so don't get hung up on that. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Now I want to talk about this window here called Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that you see in the upper left-hand corner. It's called Brokerage Plus. And it's a great way to practice trading. So the link I put in called Brokerage Plus, there are two videos. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the first video, the short video, shows how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available. Remember, we're a scanner. It doesn't really matter who your broker is, you can use us. But it just means that you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. And again, Michael Noss is way more of an expert at using it. And he'll be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. So you can kind of store up your questions if you have more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New, and you should see Brokerage Plus right at the top. And so this window will pop up. You may have different columns, but the gist is the same. You will, just give me a moment. This is what you'll see though. It should say not connected. Give me one moment, Brian, okay? So what it should say for you, it should say not connected. And then so you just click on sim. And again, guys, only available if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So click on the sim and then it'll change to account, that box, and then click on it and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now we have assigned to the buy buttons on the charts, we've assigned a strategy. Okay, so that it makes it easy. You want to practice trading. Now, I'm not saying this is a strategy that you should use going forward, but it gets you going. Okay, what it'll do, it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the market and put the stop at the low of the day. Just one moment, please. Okay, so what we did is we created this buy button. In the past, you would have had to create a strategy and assign it, and we felt it's too complicated for new people. So we said, why don't we just create a strategy? And by default, it's already there, so you don't have to do anything. You just click the buy button. So watch what happens. So if I click on, let's click on ENSV as an example. So I can take the trade right now, or I could put it above. And let's say I wanted to take it if it got up to 220, or I could put it below the current price. Let me click the buy button, show what I'm talking about. So when I click the buy button, all of a sudden I have a crosshairs. So again, I can put it above the current price. Oh, just one moment, please. You guys, sorry. So again, I can either drop the price below the current price. So maybe if I want to play a pullback, or if I want it to break a certain level on top, above the current price, I can drop it there, or I could try to drop it right at the price and take the trade right now. Okay, so you'll see how that blue line appears on the chart. Now I can move the line if I want to, try to get it right now. Okay, so it took the trade. Okay, so now you're in the trade. And we're just trying to make it easy, okay, to show you, how to take a trade. And now you can take this stop, because the stop is just being placed at the low of the day, but I can now move that stop up to where, and this is why you practice trading, where you think a stop should be at the low of a previous 15-minute candle, or an area on the chart that you think is maybe a support, or the low of the previous 5-minute candle. There's all sorts of ways. That's why you've got to practice trading. Yeah, it just got halted again though. This STBX just got halted again. Frustrating. Oh well. So right now I can manage my trade. Okay. I can look at this, and if I want to get out of the trade right now, I can flatten it, or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. These are some hotkeys. Or I could go down here and pick exactly how many shares I want to trade. Okay, so but that's how you can do it. Key highlights. Well, okay, Brian. I mean, the key highlight, of course, is the racing. I mean, that is the number one. If you're not familiar with this racing, I would recommend that you go to our guide, and read all about the racing, because that is the biggest innovation that the company's has had over the last Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's the biggest innovation the company has had since inception. And again, what I would do is I go to my home page and go to the education section and then click on the user guide and then click on TI stock race. Take the time to learn about what this is all about. Okay. That's the number one thing. I mean, I don't know what else since the last test drive you took. I can't really remember what other things, but that's the biggest change. Because remember, it's not just about, stocks. It's the automatic creation of a watch list for you all day now. Okay, it just automatically creates it. Now, if you don't have a list like this, if it looks more like this, okay, all mishmash, then right click on that window, on the race window, right click on it, and then click Show Top 10 Winners. The default should be this now, okay? But if you're using something that you created before and you're wondering, well, how is he getting this top 10 list? And again, the top 10 list is just the number of times the stock won a race during the day. So Neptune right there is in the lead position, has won six, has looked at, excuse me, has won 6 races. But for instance, here's the HYZN, okay? HYZN won a race early on in the day. So, but I haven't seen it. It hasn't won a race since then. I don't even know if I've seen it, moving up and down the leaderboard. Click on it, see what's happening. You think, wow, okay, maybe it's starting to move again. Okay, I mean, it looked like it paced a little bit here at 212. Maybe it's starting to move again. So, want to practice, take the trade. Are you talking about Faysheer? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about the trading room? The other trading room, what I call the main room? When you say the room link for trade ideas, is that what you mean? They're okay. Yeah, I mean there were 2 rooms. They're the same. I moderate a YouTube room at the same time. They hear me. They see my screen. Just that the main room, as I call it, is way more active with traders. So anybody in our YouTube room, if you want to head over to again what I call the main room, there is a link for it. Well, this one is really moving now, guys. Is RVPH. This is on the move here. RVPH on the move. Too much of a chase for me now, but boy, if it takes this out, I mean, it is. I mean, now start looking left. I mean, it's got some room. RVPH. Yeah, just go to my homepage, Scrub or Scroob. Oops, wrong. Just go to my homepage if you can find it. This really can help me, guys. I mean, I do have a tab in the main room called Barry's homepage. So if you can find that, then they just click on my homepage link. And when you do, go to the scan section and then you'll see that race. You'll see the race that I've got. Now, if you can't find this tab, that's called Barry's homepage within the main room, then let me know. But if you can, then just go click on it, go to the scan section, and you'll see it in the upper left-hand corner. It'll be the scan in the upper left-hand corner. All right. Just got halted again, guys, on the way down now. I just have to forget about it. There's just a little more control in that room, that's all. Right, Share. I mean, it. I have to do it also, and it takes 5 seconds, whatever. But I think you create a username. I don't know if it does it every time, but you create a username and then you're in. But I have to go through a few steps to get into the trading room every day also. I mean, there's no question YouTube is it's easier to get in, but again, there's not as much action. But I mean, if you can afford seven to 10 seconds every day to get into the room, well, yeah, you have to go to our. Okay, I see what you're saying. You've got to go to our homepage. Yeah, you've got to go through this. Oh, there's no question. It's easier on YouTube in order to get in, but you don't get as much action. I mean, I tell you right now, you don't have as many traders there. You don't have as many ideas. So, I mean, the way I look at it is, it only takes you about 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds a day to get into the room. So, but if you feel that's too much effort, then okay. I don't mean just you, but if a person feels that's too much effort, fine. Yeah, good. I'm glad you were able to find my homepage tab. Oh, Indo, guys. Yeah, Indo was the one. I mean, it really kept, again, if you miss that early move, then you watch this and you see how it kind of pulled back to that 10 level. And then, argument to be made when it got over 11 again to take the trade. But it's a low float, so you've really, but look at the volume. So this is a great example. How can a stock be up 58% and maybe more? Because it has 3.7 million in the float and it's traded the float not quite 10 times, 36 million. It'll easily trade the float 10 times today, probably 15, maybe 20 times. And you just divide the float into the number of shares traded, and that is the float turnover. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I see NRDY is making its way to the top here. Now this has got some room. Some room. I mean, the next high looking left is 366, and then after that, and then we have the 200 days. So this has got some room. Unfortunately, a bit of a chase right now, though. This is why I'm saying, when you see something moving up the leaderboard, you don't have to wait for it to get right to the top. You see something starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it just to kind of see what's happening. More than likely, we would have seen this one a little earlier here. Well, the leaderboard, I mean, I call it the leaderboard. I mean, if you look like golf, okay? So if you can see my screen, you see how a stock, as it's gaining momentum, it gets to the top. So I call this leaderboard. So there's nerdy, NRDY was moving up, 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 right to the top. Okay? It's just golf. I mean, no, I didn't take it. I couldn't get it. Somebody asked, did I take the STBX? I couldn't get it. I'm not on any channel from the channel. This is my layout. If you want my layout, you can have it, but this is my layout. It's nothing to do with the channel. So anybody else who wants my channel or my layout, here it is. But remember, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay. The scan list that I was mentioning earlier, I'm not sure I know which one you're talking about. Somebody in our YouTube room is asking what. I mean, this is not a scan. Well, I mean, it's a scan. I suppose you could call it a scan, but I'm not sure what list you meant. You're talking about. This is just this race is based on a top list. Ah, this list of stocks. Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you look on the right-hand side, there is a top 10 list that is automatically created. So the more times a stock wins a race during the course of the day, it moves up this leaderboard too. So right now, NEPT has won 6 races. Okay, VIVK. So this turns into a great watch list for the day. Something that, like something that's not moving anymore, but maybe it's just basing. You take a look. I mean, this is awful, wet G, but what if wet G were just sort of sitting here, up in this area, up here? It had won a race earlier, and now it's just sort of resting, maybe consolidating. So you click. So that's why I always click on these. Just even if I don't see them moving up on the leaderboard, this is a watch list now for me for the day. Does it mean that every single stock is going to be a winner? Of course not. But it becomes very interesting to me so that I don't have to create a watch list. This is just automatically created for me. Yeah, every race will create a watch list or a top 10 list, as long as if you see something that looks like this, which is a real jumbled mess, then you just in the race itself, just right click and show top 10 winners. And then it'll turn that jumbled mess into the way I like to see it presented. Of course, well, you just save your work, okay? Save your layout, save. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, you know, it'll be the same race. It'll be everything will be exactly the same. So at the end, if you create a layout, you've got something. Maybe you got a couple of charts. You've got maybe my race. Maybe this. Maybe you've got my layout. But you can of course create your own layout, customize it with the charts you want, timeframes, etc. And then once you've done that, then you just file, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, give it a name. You know, my first layout. Save it. So now it's saved. And also, when you exit Trade Ideas and you click on exit, it'll ask, do you want to save your layout? And you can say yes. So that means again, tomorrow when you load Trade Ideas, your exact layout will well, of course, well, I mean, every day is different. Yeah, of course, every day is different. So, you know, tomorrow we have no idea what symbols are going to be in the top 10. But you can always save this watch list. You can always, I mean, there are only 10. So what I like to do is at the end of the day and say, okay, this NEPT won a bunch of races. What does it look like? Does it look like something that may have follow through tomorrow? Okay, and so I'll make up my mind. Do I want to watch it tomorrow? Not in here, but just as you know, in general, put a price alert somewhere. Well, you cannot save them automatically. Okay, but I mean, I don't think all of them warrant saving automatically. You know, I would probably maybe look at the top three and just looking. I mean, like, why would you want to save them all automatically anyway? To me, you would want to each one of these sort of is on its own. So take a look, click on it, check to see what it's done. If it looks like something that could have some continuation the next day, then you know you can put a price alert or something saying, okay, if it took that out, that I want to know about it. So when you say some lists won't have this list, well, it's all based on the top list that you launch the race from. So for instance, this list will not be the same as this list because this is a different top list. You really have to go to the guide, okay, and understand, and anybody, okay, you have to go to the guide to understand, you know, how the race even starts. It always starts off from a top list window. Your filters in your top list window may be completely different from mine, okay? So let me just show you. So open the top list window, okay? And I don't have this up and running. I don't have to see these symbols, but this is a top list window. So you could construct your own top list with the types of things you want to see. So for instance, in this particular window, you know, I'm looking for price between 10 and 100. Volume is at least 500,000 shares, up 2% from the close. Market cap is $500 million, and the minimum float is 50 million. Okay, so that's what I've constructed. You might have something very different. Yes, you can create your own race, of course. Please go to the guide, okay, and go to. I'm going to show you again where you can go, and then once you've constructed your top list, then you launch the race from it. Launch the real-time stock race. Okay, and that's how you start. But if you go to the guide, take the time, okay, take the time to understand what it's all about. I mean, I can explain it and keep explaining it, but you know, I'm not just talking to you, but anybody else. I can keep explaining this stuff, but you know, it's good to have a reference. No, only toplets can have a race. But think about it. Just give me a moment. So again, if you go to my homepage and then click on the education section, and then click on the guide and take the time to look at this, the TI stock race, you know, the setup, how to trade race winners. Lots and lots of information is here. Take the time to do it. This is the major push for our company. Trying to really, really simplify matters. I think I have a lot of patience, Jason. I'm just trying to absolutely emphasize the point to go to the guide. So I know everything is new and it can be very confusing, but that's why we have a guide. I can talk to death about all this stuff. But if you forget some of the things, that's why I keep saying, go to the guide, so that at least you have a reference. So what are you confused about exactly, Jason? And then do something else. Well, okay, anyway, what are you confused about? If you're confused about if you're confused about, well, I see this, now what do I do? That's why you've got to practice treating. Okay? And that's why our CEO absolutely says, you should probably practice trading for 6 months. Not you, Jason, but people should practice trading for 6 months if you're new to trading before you commit money to the market. I know nobody wants to do that. I know. So when you say you're trying to copy my format, what do you mean by that? You mean load it so you can see it on the screen? Okay. Well, let me just, okay. So it sounds like you don't know how to create or get a cloud link up and running. Okay. Now it's covered, but I'll show you how to do it. Okay. So here's my scans. Okay. So if you wanted my race scan right there, you click, it says click for race mode. Click on it. It'll load in a new tab. Okay. There it is right there. So I just highlight it. I just click on it, I'll highlight it, and now I copy it. Control C. Now this link is copied. The next step, file, load from cloud, because now it's in the cloud, load from cloud. And if you notice, this string right there that you see in this box is exactly the same as that one. Now, if for some reason I've never seen it, but if that happened to be blank, then you paste it in, Control V it in. But I've never seen it not filled. And then you just load, click on load, and presto, here it is. Here it is. And that's with every single link. Okay. Okay. So again, go to my homepage. So you can go to my homepage, right? Okay. So scan section, click here, scan section. Just click on the link, any link, but I mean, obviously emphasizing the race mode. When you click where it says click for race mode, click on it. The minute you do that, a new tab should form with the link in here. Hopefully you can see my screen. Just highlight it, highlight the link, highlight it, and now copy it, Control C. Now it's copied. And now from our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. And once you do that, this box should pop up with the box right there should already have that string. You can see how that ends 5AF56. It ends 5AF56. So So this is already in here, and then you just load it. And there it is. And that's with any link. Okay? Did you get that? Are you using our app or the web-based version? Well, okay, do you have a toolbar that looks like this? File, new, tools, Windows Help, account? Okay, so then you have, so you're using our downloadable application. Well, I don't know how you can maybe go to the, I mean, I don't know how else I can help because I mean, you should just absolutely should be able to click on a link. Give me a moment. But they're not going to be able to do, I can't see how they're going to help anymore. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You know, if you're on my scans page, I mean, there's really not too much to it. You just click on the link. You click on the link. I'll click another one. Pre-market actives up. It doesn't matter. And the minute you click on a link, a new tab should open and you should see the link here. You should see it if you can see my screen. Highlight it as I'm doing and Control C. Now it's copied. And after that, File, Load from Cloud, and there it is in the box. There it is in the box. Load, and there it is. Pre-market actives up. I mean, somebody might have to go into your computer. I mean, if this is not working, I don't know how else I can help. And it's got nothing to do with patience because, you know, I don't know what could be possibly happening on your end that it's not working. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, typically, if you highlight that link, if you highlight the string in the tab and then Control C, I mean, it's copied. And I've never, I've never not seen it load like already in here. See, it even remembers the last one. But yeah, I mean, if it's blank, then you just paste it in, Control V. Okay, one more time. I'm just gonna, I mean, you've intrigued me here because I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, so when you click on my link, on a link in my scans, do you not get a new tab or a tab that now shows the link in your browser? Do you not get that? So when you click on the link, do you not get like a tab, a new tab and then you see the link? You're talking about this page here? Yeah, but did you not see the link at the top, right at the top here? Can you see my screen? Can you not see that? Okay, that's the link. Okay, that's the link. Highlight it, like, highlight it. See what I'm doing? I'm highlighting it and then I'll copy it. Just Control C, Control C. Now I have copied the link, like, I just copied the link. Once it's copied, File, Load from Cloud. If you've copied it correctly, then it should show right here. If it is blank, if somehow it is blank, like Scroob said, then paste it in, Control V, and then it'll. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know how else I can help. Sorry. You know what I would do? You know what I would do is go to support at trade-ideas.com, okay? And somebody, depends how busy they are, okay? Depends how busy, in fact, no, go to our homepage. You'll get more of an instant answer there. And say that you need a remote of some sort that they can go into your computer. I can't guarantee they can do it right away. Very busy, and doing a remote takes a lot of time. So, but just say, listen, Barry has tried to explain how to, how to copy a link, and it just doesn't seem to work for me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Can somebody help? Maybe I'm explaining it incorrectly. Maybe somebody else explains it in a different way, and maybe it'll work. Meanwhile, yeah, ape. Missed my entry on that. Wanted to get in around 7:20, but that's okay. All right, guys. So Michael is going to be in our YouTube room in about probably about 5 minutes. Actually, I should excuse me. I can confirm. Excuse me. Confirm. Okay, and I'll put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there as I take my break between 12 and 1. Indo, let's take a look at Indo, see if there's any sort of a setup. Yeah, so I mean, it's pulling back quite a bit. I mean, that's a big pullback from the high of 1277 down to 11. I mean, maybe if it pulls back to 1026 and holds 10, but right now, I mean, it's a pretty big percentage of pullback. And remember that float. I mean, this can get just yanked completely. Now, what Steve Gomez would say is that on the 15-minute chart, there's only one indicator that I got, and that's the 10 SMA. So he's a real proponent of stocks maybe moving into that 10 SMA, holding and then bouncing from there. I mean, there's no guarantee that's going to happen, but that's something to look for. If it takes that out, it's probably going to continue down further. as an example. But I mean, remember, this is such a low float that when all of a sudden, and look how the buying is really dropped. Okay, so the minute that buying really starts to drop, the enthusiasm, goes away. And then people who bought up here are going, uh-oh. And the people here are going, I better take profit. You know what I mean? And it's all psychological now. But if this 10 SMA holds, I mean, Steve is a real proponent of this. The 10 SMA looks like that's right around 1090. It is Michael. It is Michael. So he'll be in our YouTube room. First of all, let me make sure I don't have the room on mute. Yeah, I do. I mean, it is interesting the way it's holding. Yeah, it is very interesting the way that 10 SMA seems to be holding Indo up. So, I mean, if this weren't as low afloat, you could put the stop at 1086 or so. But I mean, it can blow through that very quickly because of that float. So, I mean, this is highly risky, this one. So I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. And on mute, or on a break, sorry, on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm just waiting for Michael. There he is. Mr. Noss.
Here I am. How's it going?
Hey, tired? How's the kid treating you?
Oh, always tired. But
Oh,
enough cleaned off of
but enough about you.
that. Yeah.
All right, Michael. I'll let you take over now.
Cool. I was just putting the finishing touches on adding our new Golden Cross scanner
Ooh, the Golden
to the
Cross
Market
scanner. Okay,
Explorer.
somebody asked for that yesterday in the room, and that probably is the reason why you did it.
Yeah,
Are we saying how you can't? Sorry.
No, we're just taking a lot of our early cues from the room and from support chat, and so I just did the daily version, so that should be up in the next day or two. And then I'll get to work on a lot of the intraday versions. We're going to do 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. And then we're going to get to work on the death cross, which is just the opposite.
Right. Right. Okay. Sounds good. So I'll let you go. I'll put myself on mute now, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Awesome. Sounds good. Have a good one. Okay, everyone. Welcome. Same speech I give as always. If you're new here, basically we give some much needed time off to Barry and give him a little break, and we open up the room to live Q&A. So for the next hour, I'll be kind of sitting here going through whatever it is that you guys want to talk about when it comes to trade ideas or trading or any of that kind of stuff. And it's something great that we do. We understand that trading as a whole and trade ideas is something that's so powerful that it can also be a little bit overwhelming. So we like to give some support and just open things up. So whatever you guys want to ask, I can be here and show my screen and answer as we go. Let's move some stuff out of the way here. Man, I see we're streaming on all sorts of places. We got Twitch on there with the pro gamer nerds, and we've got what? It's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So we're all over the place now. I don't even know if there's any other big streaming places out there. Interesting. Do you buy breakouts on those is the first question. What are you I'm not too sure what you're talking about. The scans I have up right now is TI strength alerts, which just kind of ranks things. It's a relative strength algorithm that we've got going in the system right now. This is one of the primary ways that I find setups. Something I very, very much like, just because as a chartered market technician, they kind of drill in our head for the entire course the back-tested evidence on relative strength. So just finding what's going on there. I've got some 10, this one's a 10 SMA play. This one's the intraday chart. So if you look at all of these, if we zoom these into, say, 15-minute chart instead of the daily chart, you can see this is looking for 10-period SMA. So it's looking for something that's kind of strong on the day or has this 10-period moving average uptrending. And then these are pulling back into that area. So everyone you see there, the idea is that if you start to see buyers in that area, then you can join that direction using the 10 period as your trailing stop. And then if we go back out on the daily, the other scans I have are doing the same thing. So this LQDA, I really like the look of this one. This one's one that I'm watching here as well, where it's just broken this prior resistance back here in the let's call it 750-ish. And now it's just been kind of chopping sideways here. It waits for the moving average to catch up. The idea is that it can kind of get a push off from there. Let me see if I've got my Epic pen. No, I had to re-instance this. Just have to follow my cursor. Actually, let's just go download that while we're. The other thing, Epic pen. We're doing some experimentations for the new M1 Max. That's what I'm running on now, and we were just testing kind of the limits for. I don't want any of those. We were just kind of testing the limits for parallels running Windows on ARM for the M1 Max and kind of how it runs. And so far, I'm certainly impressed. So sorry, it just means I need to reinstall this one here. Link for my layout, sure. Generally speaking, I don't have these moving averages on. I'm not really a moving average or an indicator guy. I just like kind of bare and clean charts, but there we go. Copy. So I'll just put this in here. That's the layout that you're looking at there. The idea is just simply I'm doing some building of like I was talking about with Barry with the golden death cross craziness for people who are moving average people. So I just have them on there because I need to test, right? Make sure that the math I'm putting in is actually translating to what we see on the screen. And it looks good. I've got it on another screen here that you guys can't see, but right? Some of the symbols that are coming through there. Oh, good. Okay, so no epic pen today. An EP, for example, you can see right here. So the start free trial. Okay, go away. So the orange line is the 50 period moving average, and then that gray line, just so it's not very intrusive, is the 200 period moving average. So what it's just doing is it's just showing the difference between those. And the way I set up the scan is it has to be just to avoid stuff that just kind of is breaking above and below and above and below. I have it so that the 50 period moving average has to be under the 200 period moving average for a series of days. Oh, finally started working. So I think I have 3 days. Let's do this one. So it has to be under it, and then today it's over it. So just a simple cross. For those who don't know, that's what the golden cross is. The 50 period moving average crossing over the 200. Again, these things have been tested, and in and of itself, it's not magical. But I could see, taking something and combining it with price action and seeing, right? So, for example, this NEP, it's right up near resistance. So, if the 50 period is going to cross the 200, and that's something that people look at for long, short things, then it would be interesting to say, okay, now let me use, typical support and resistance. Because the thing is, right, if you took the cross down here, you would have shorted in this area, and eventually you would have been right, but you would have had a massive pullback against you. And then just keep going. Where was the last cross? So this one here, right? You could have taken the cross here. This one would have worked out, but you're buying in through here, and you can see another massive pullback against you before it starts going. So these are kind of longer term signals for this type of thing. So again, not my cup of tea, but that's the beauty of trading, is there's so many ways to skin the cat that if it's a common enough scan, then it's something we'll certainly build. You must have good eyes. Your bars are tiny. Not for me. Not tiny for me. Do you have a main page where I can go daily to check your scans? Not yet, but this is actually something that's kind of cool that we're working on within Trade Ideas that I can talk about. I love that, we share a lot of kind of the inside scoop with what's going on. What we're going to do is we're going to build a landing page for every trader, right? So, for example, I'll have one, Barry will have one, Steve and Andy, Chris, all of those will have a different landing page. And basically, what it will do is a bit of an introduction for all of us, each individual, right? So for me, it would say, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a charter market technician, and I trade relative strength. And then in that page, it would give some examples of setups I like and things like that. And then that will have a cloud link with it. So the idea being, the hope anyway, is that what will happen is people can kind of scroll through this list and then say, hey, this is someone that really I resonate with their trading style. Let me follow that person within Trade Ideas, get a copy of their layout and get a copy of their scans. And I have some sort of idea how to use them, because it's, we understand that most people are just, they don't know where to get going, right? A lot of people out there are, a lot of people out there that they don't really know what they're looking for yet. And it's one of those things that you don't want to ever just copy a trader, right? There's no successful, long-term trader that, when interviewed just said, oh, I just copied this other trader and I make a living now trading, right? But The idea being that if you like someone's style, maybe you can grab their layout and read about how it is that they enter and exit trades, and do something simple like that. And then eventually, when you have a better idea of what you're looking at, the hope is that you kind of make that style your own. Someone asking for a race layout. You can check this one out. So this is just one that I actually built for the guys over at Trader TV. Just load it up so you can see. Because all the guys over there at Trader TV are using. Oh, this thing is just loading in here. So this is small cap winners and losers. This is mega cap winners and losers. And then this is just NASDAQ 100 winners and losers. And this is just something that for anyone who watches Trader TV, Sean from their trading desk specifically requested, because he trades a lot of these names, but kind of want to keep an eye on these names as well. So just a very simple, again, my whole trading philosophy is based around relative strength. So for me, I just want to see, what's the strongest and what's the weakest, and I kind of want to shut everything else out at that time, right? So that's just kind of how I look at it, right? Zoom right now, I know, is getting a little bit of a pop there, and then BIIB would be getting a little bit of a drop. So yeah, the layout should be right above you there, but I can just paste it in here again. So yeah, this is Sean. And again, for you guys who don't know, I'm on every Friday at 8:45 Eastern. Yeah, that's times out. 8:45 Eastern, I come on, I do a little bit of a segment, and I just chat about, a new scan that I built or something like that. So just making sure that I didn't. So that was the races scan. Is there alert for shooting stars? Not exactly for shooting stars yet, but you might want to try the abandoned baby scan right here, and that will give you some shooting stars. I'm taxing the system right now. So the abandoned baby is basically just looking for, well, here's, I guess, a pretty shooting starish example, but it's looking for a gap up one day and then a gap down the other. And if it's a down and has a red one, if it has a green one, then it's just the exact opposite. So BBD, for example, right, had a gap down yesterday and then had a gap back up today. The Market Explorer is something that's just constantly expanding. So there will be pretty much everything in there at some point. So, oh, Peter likes our idea. That's awesome. I love to hear it. Yeah, it was Stephanie that came up with the idea. We all really like it. So now we're just kind of putting together our content, because one thing about trading is, everyone is looking for the answer, but any trader will tell you there is not a single answer. It's just a bunch of different answers, right? So the idea of splitting it out by trader is that you may go to my page, read it, and go, no, that's not really, I don't like relative strength. I want to be a bottom picker or something like that, and then move on. And then you might go to Andy's page, who does a lot of bottom picking, and you go, okay, that's what I want to do. Let me grab his layout and that kind of thing. Or if you're really new, you may say, okay, I'm going to try Michael's style for a week, and maybe I'll try Andy's style for a week, and I'll try Steve's style for a week. And then just try to get a feel of what it is that makes the most sense to you and feels the best. And then from there, you can just go, okay, well, I really liked Jamie's style, because, I trade that for a week and it makes the most sense to me for what it does. And, just go from there. So that's kind of idea. I've been getting a lot more metadata error messages. I haven't seen any, but if you're getting any error messages, definitely come let them know, right? Just take a screenshot of what you're seeing and send it into support. I haven't been getting any errors personally, no. And make sure you're on the latest version. We released a new version that had a lot of updates to the races. So go to the website, make sure you're on the version. You are their favorite guest. I hope so. That's awesome. I love them. Good old Canadian boys. I'm going in studio in October. I'm going down to Toronto, where they're stationed at, for a CMT event where I'm going to be talking with the CMT. I'm going to be doing more with the CMT Canada. And while I'm there, I'm staying an extra day or two, and I'm going to hang out. The hope is that maybe they'll let me sit on the desk and trade with them for a day. That'd be cool. If not, I'll just come and I'm going to do my segment and I'll hang out and go out for beers after them, and that'll be fun as well. So how do you find that abandoned baby scan? So for all of the Market Explorer scans, you just go new and then Market Explorer window. You can see, oh, I can't click that as well, but just under new and then Market Explorer window right here. And that will open up a window that looks like this. Now, a couple cool things. First, if you just click on the link, the yellow link there, it'll bring up this user guide. And one addition that I just made, and please make sure you view these things because they were a nightmare to build, is these little videos that will have. So the first one explains just the entire concept behind the Market Explorer. I did all the editing. You can see my mug there talking to you. But then each individual scan has a small video with it as well, right? So, for example, if we go to the RSI divergence, we can click and we get a little video of me explaining what the RSI divergence is and how it's used and that kind of thing. And then the cool thing is that what Stephanie did is anytime that I was on Trader TV, you can see the segment that I did that was all about the RSI divergence and the reason behind it and that kind of thing. So for each and every scan, there's now one of these videos that's accompanied with it. The hope being that as I just release more and more, there wasn't one for the 3-line strike. That was interesting. Right. So each of these have a. Oh yeah, some of these got turned off. The point of these is that there's videos now for all of these, so you can take a look and read about them, and you can see some examples here as well. Right, the money flow divergence. You have a picture, and then you also have right. So you got text, picture, and video for everything. The strat one, for people that are interested in the strat, I'm actually going to be doing a series, I think, with a stratter. I'm still looking for someone who's going to be kind of our main affiliate in the strat community. And that person's going to do a little video series with me where you kind of explain the strat and kind of teach about it within trade ideas. And again, you can see nice explanations for each scan. And again, the point of the Market Explorer is to build these really cool pre-built scans, right? So bull and bear flags, you can see the setup right there. You can hear me talk about the setup. And again, just more of our quest to make trading simpler and more digestible. So there's really nothing that you have to do to these scans, right? So you just open them up. So when you have this window, if you want to find each scan, you just right click on it. And from there, you'll see all of the scans here. So some of these have submenus, some of them don't. Again, this is a new product that we're still working on, but they'll be eventually, you'll just click on whatever indicator is interesting to you, and there'll be a whole list of scans there. But again, we're building and building and building as we go. but the Abandoned Baby one is right here. So eventually that has to go up in the candlestick pattern. But again, in the background, we're really kind of pumping away on this as we're doing a lot of other things. So things just kind of keep going as well, right? No, Ron. I so for Trader TV, I do a segment every Friday. I'm going to Toronto for a CMT convention, and I'm going to stay an extra day, and I'm going to at least do my segment for Trader TV on Friday live in studio. Now, de- my plan is just to kind of hang around until they seem like they're getting annoyed with me and kick me out. But maybe, just maybe, I'll hang out on the desk a little bit and do some trading. But it's one of those things that I don't really know what. Um, I don't know what their arrangements are for things like sponsorships and things like that. So, I just don't know if having me there as a trade ideas rep would like step on any toes. But at the very least, I'll be there for a little bit. I'll hang out, and then I'm going to hang out with their traders, even if it's off screen, and talk to them about trade ideas. A lot of them are using the races now. I know Sean and Prad and Brendan are really, really digging the races. So I want to make sure while I'm there, I, get them all set up with whatever they need, and then maybe talk to the other traders on the floor as well. Um, Fun story. Day Trade the World, which is the prop firm they trade at, for me was actually where I started trading back before it was called that, and it was called Swift Trade. So it's kind of where I started my trading career. I don't know why the Market Explorer is not working. Update your version. Excuse me. Update your version. Uh, you may just be on an older version of the platform. There was a version there that it mistakenly got tied to premium memberships, but it's one of those things that um, that was just by mistake. So the Market Explorer will be standard for all members. So there may be a version out there that's a bit of a pain like that. So yeah, I really like this. I and full disclosure, I was uh it took me a while to get convinced on the races. And I think part of it is because we had those silly little cars and things like that. But as soon as we kind of cleaned it up and made it a little bit more professional, all I had to do was I got explained that it's a relative strength, real time scanner. And as soon as I hit it like that, I'm like, okay, now it makes sense, right? Because again, if you want the most studied concept in all of trading and investing, it's relative strength, right? And that's why we also invented TI strength. I'm watching CELH from this one very, very closely. If we close up in this area, I'm going to pick it up. This is a longer term type of thing, right? It's not like a 1 or 2 day scalp, but very cup and handle looking on this one. Um, and yeah, the concept is you're just saying, hey, what is the strongest stuff out there? What are the strongest names? The idea being, right, institutions take a long time to get into and out of positions. So if you're in the strongest names and it kind of shows that you have the wind at that back, right? As opposed to what a lot of people want to do, which is they want to go in and buy like, the weakest names, right? They always want to bottom pick the worst names out there. Uh, I just don't think that's the move. I think the move is always what's the strongest stuff out there? Let me get involved in the strongest stuff. and just keep rotating as that kind of changes. So more questions. I like questions. They fill out the time. Who's Sean? Oh yeah, I guess it was named for Sean. That's just one of the traders from Trader TV who asked for that. For me, I just started initially only looking at kind of the low float micro cap things. But then I built that one for him and I just left it up on a computer monitor for a while, and then really started to see some good names in there. And not only good names, but sometimes, I don't know if you can see anything right now, but sometimes you can notice kind of trends within sectors. Um, Not really. Not really right now, but sometimes you'll notice, for example, like, oh, it's all semiconductors on the top, and then okay, maybe it's you know, retail or something on the bottom. So then you go, okay, well now let me go and take a look and see, find my favorite retail stock and buy that, and find my favorite or my least favorite semiconductor stock and short that one. For the abandoned baby strat, can have one for 5 minutes. No, just because it requires gaps in both directions, right? So you don't want you, you generally don't want to trade something that gaps on a 5 minute candle. 1 second, guys. Sorry, the dog. Yeah, that mean Amazon guy was delivering us anthrax or bombs or something. So I'm glad my dog is actively defending it about it. I see talk about the shooting star. What I would do for now is go in your alert windows and use the topping tail scanner. Find whatever time frame you're looking at and apply it. I think that's going to be your best bet. Okay, so you've got 60 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 2 minutes. And then I think that's going to be your best bet, right? You're going to have to apply whatever filters or whatever to make your plan. Again, we're waiting for some back-end server tech to be completed, which will really allow me to start pumping out scanners for the Market Explorer. Right now, I have like a cap where there's nothing else I can. It really has a cap on, the overall scans that can kind of be put in. Whenever we are finished with this edition, that cap will be lifted, and I can just really start pumping out scanners. I won't bore anyone with the details, but it's just server architecture, right? Things that will allow me just to do way more, because the thing with the Market Explorer and the reason that it's not customizable is one of the reasons that was the we want to make something that's not customizable, because that's what most people want, right? They just want, here's the scan, here's the trading strategy around the scan, away you go, right? The other side is just that it requires so much server tech. So just so that you guys know, is that when I build something that has like the RSI, uh, I have to build the RSI, right? It's not really like trade ideas where there's this list of filters that I can just play with. I have to, this is one of the reasons that I'm anti, or I don't use a lot of indicators, is because the more I work with the Market Explorer and I actually build the mathematics behind it, I understand that um what exactly they are and what exactly they're meaning, right? Because I had to program the math, kind of thing, right? um do I recommend RBI GBI? I'm going to improve those, I think, with the Market Explorer. I like the idea. The easiest way to look at it, so we have something for let's just use the inside day, just so for people knowing what it is we're talking about. Basically, and it's another way to do it. Um, you're looking for kind of one big up candle and then a little inside candle that doesn't really trade too far down into the range, and then a breakout from here. So it's one of those things. Yes, I like it because it's a nice little continuation pattern. I guess another thing is for the TI strength, or TI swing picks. One trade that I took today out is starting to work out really well is Oxy. And this is the same kind of thing, right? You got a big up candle, you have a little inside candle, and then you have a continuation. The idea being that if you zoom in a lower into the time frame, then you have it's basically like a bull flag. It's the best way to put it. It's bull or bear flag. So as a candlestick setup, yes, but just like any other candlestick setup or indicator or anything like that, you need to make sure that it is in context of an overall trend or an overall idea that you have, and not just a standalone type of a thing. So like for Oxy, I really like this one because it was on the relative strength scanner and emailed out to anyone who subscribed to the TI swing picks. But right, gap up, the actual entry was above this candle's high right here. But I took it today just as it broke this candle's high, just because it looked so nice. And we're tapping on highs here. And then 85 would be, I think, all time highs. This is the one that Buffett keeps wailing into every day. We have anything for TTM squeeze? We do. So under Bollinger Band, we have daily. I have to rename these because it's one of those things. Is like, I don't know what the copyright is, but we have the daily. So right here, this is all stocks that are going through that Bollinger Band squeeze right here. All right, so SU would have been a squeeze yesterday, and then it's kind of gapping up today. And then we have it for these specific time frames, right? your typical most used intraday trading timeframes, right? So for premium subscribers, do you get swing picks as a channel? Yeah, everybody does. So even standard subscribers. So you go new, dock channel bar, and then right here. So when you click on that, a couple things will happen. One of which is this is the email that gets sent out to people who only subscribe, right? This is all they get for $17 a month. So this is a standalone product that people can subscribe to that only get access to just this, right? And that's $17 a month. And this is emailed to them on Sundays, and it's also provided in this channel on Sundays as well. So this is a little tiny market commentary from me, right? Slight pullback this week. Need to watch the breakout area around 410 to see if it holds on the way back down. I highlighted why. And then these are the 5 names that the algorithm picked for Friday, right? So we have Gurn, ENCLH, Kellogg's, CNC, and Oxy. Now, also in here, you have access that the email subscribers only don't have, which you have access to the list here, right? You can look at the news, you can do all your single stock window stuff, and then you have this, which is the algorithm, right? So the 5 that are picked on Friday are just the 5 that were the top 5 that all with some filtering, some very basic filtering. So basically, I don't add anything that has earnings. I don't add anything that is an ETF. And if all of them, for example, were like oil, I would skip, a couple of the oil ones, and I'd put in some other ones just to make sure you have some diversification, what's going on. So that's the channel you get if you're a subscriber at all. And then for the $17 a month people, they just get that email, but you get access to that email as well. So again, this is a longer term type of a thing. I mainly focus on the weekly chart when it comes to these things. So, right, you can see Oxy is climbing its way back up there, but Gurn, for example, broke out and put a little scan in, or a little flag in here as well. So that's under the TI Swing Picks scanner. Does Trade Ideas have mentor session access? Not currently at this time. Again, we are going to make those landing pages that I talked about, where you're going to have access to all of the different traders, and it's not really one-on-one mentorship, but it will say something to the effect of, this is how I trade, this is my style, this is the setups I look at, and we'll have one of those for each of our traders. I think it's going to have Barry, me, Chris, Steve, Andy, Jamie, and I think even Dan. So there's going to be 7. And that will give you 7 kind of distinct, 7 distinct styles, 7 distinct personalities. The hope is that you just find one that you resonate with, and then that person will say, hey, this is how I trade, these are the scans that I use, and they'll give you access to their layout. And this is kind of the style, right? So Steve, for example, uses the 10-period moving average, and he's a big fan of these scans right here. So his segment will probably talk a lot about these and how he uses them and where he places stop losses and all that kind of stuff. Mine will be about relative strength. So we'll have this, and then we'll have also those intraday races for the relative strength finding for intraday. Andy's more kind of a bottom picker. Chris is pretty much intraday right now. Barry, you hear about all the time, but he'll have a little segment there as well. So I think that will be a really cool way to do it. Because it's one of those things that, yes, we are a software provider and that's what we do, but we notice that the biggest issues with our isn't with our software, right? Our software is pretty damn good as is. The biggest issues we come across has to do more with um, um, has more to do with people either not knowing how to use the software, which is, that we can solve with training, but also people coming into trading with no idea what to do. And then what we do is we give them this incredibly powerful software that can do so much. And often we notice that people actually get kind of paralyzed by that, for lack of a better word. And the example that I use is like, you take someone who's never flown a plane or anything before and you put them behind the controls of like a NASA space shuttle and say go, and it's like they're like, I don't know what to do. So the first bit of the software itself being complicated, we are working on adding more tool tips to the software and things like that. The other side of it, where traders not knowing what to do, that's what we need to figure out a solution for. So we're trying the Market Explorer is one where you're going to have these lists of scans and you have like a nice 2-minute video talking about each setup, and you figure out what setup you like and you just start trading that. The other one is the races, which really simplifies data to just make sure you're looking at whatever the strongest stuff is at the time. And then the third is these landing pages that I talked about. So we're hoping between these things that we can, um, figure out a way to say, okay, right, these are the, between all of these, that you have some idea of where to start, right? And then that's the main reason that we also provide the simulator. So the hope being, we know a lot of people won't, sadly, but the hope being that you initially get going in the simulator. So as you're learning, you're not losing any real money, you're just losing fake money. And then once you find a style from maybe the landing pages or the Market Explorer or something that you like and makes sense, then um try that out on the simulator, and when you're showing consistent profits on the simulator, right, then it's time to go live, right? And again, sadly, a lot of people won't do that. They're just going to go right to live, and that sucks because, right, it's just something that will kind of lose people money in the long run. But the right, again, the hope is that we can convince some people anyway to kind of start slow, right? Can we lock the channel bar order? You can't, but you can make um, your own channels. It's probably the best way to do it. I think you can make 5. So, for example, if I have this channel up right here, I can actually just save this. So let's save this to the cloud, and it's just called TI Strength. And then if I right click on the bar, grab my pen right in here, right up there, and I just right click anywhere in the title bar, it brings down this menu. So I can go edit custom channels. We can add a new channel. We've got all these pre-built pictures. You can do whatever you want, but it's pre-built picture. We'll name this one TI Strength. And then you click the select from cloud button. Right? You take the doc that you saved to the cloud, which is just right here, and then click select and OK. And you can see it's right there. Let's actually modify this one, because this one I just want to be main. So we'll just do it again. We name it. We go select from cloud. And this is the one that I shared with you guys today right now. I just call main. And then we click OK and then apply. And you can see you got 2 channels up here. So as opposed to locking the channel order, what I would do is I would build 5 channels. And then the idea is you can just kind of, so if I click on this one, it will go to TI strength. And if I click on this one, it'll go to my main channel. And it's just a way that I can kind of flop back and forth between different channels, and to make sure that I have everything that I have as well, right? Does it disappear or does it go right here? That's another thing, because on most of the channels I have it hidden, but it's still over here. You just have to click on that, and then it pops out. Just because I don't always want it there in my face, and you do that by clicking the little thumbtack button that's up in the corner right here. You can click on that little thumbtack button so that I can just kind of click and it hides it. Right. So I can make and that's how I do that. So I can just always get it if I need it, but if not, it's just tucked out of the way. Screen real estate for traders is one of the most valuable resources we have. You got to make sure that I keep saying yours gone. You need to make sure that the channel bar is part of the channel that you're saving, right? If it's not there when you save the channel, right? If you're saving a channel without a channel bar, then when you load it, it won't have a channel bar. So it has to be there, right? So if I were to save a channel, I know I can do this. Right, so that doesn't have a channel bar. So now if I make this a channel, let's call it race. Oops. Here, and then do this, and then right, it won't have a channel. Oops. Apply. Right, so if I click on that, the channel bar will be gone. Well, sorry, I had the channel bar saved on that one, but so I can go back and add the channel bar. Yeah, so what you'll have to do is just create a dock and just move that has kind of the empty ones and move the channel bar into that dock. It'll be a bit annoying the first time, but once you get it set up, it'll be good. Oh, I don't need 2 of those open. That will probably not do wonders for my system. Which one's the old one? This one's okay. LNG. So we're still going on natural gas, eh? Natural gas has been an absolute monster. That's interesting. So what's UNG? It's a natural gas. Yeah. Broke out to new highs here recently. Still below the craziness in 2018. If anyone wants to know what a short squeeze looks like, That was insane. There was a guy who, you might be able to find the video online. He kept selling naked calls, and he had like a whole hedge fund or advisory service of like selling naked calls on UNG, and just completely blew up. And you can see him. It's kind of sad on the YouTube channel, just in tears, like apologizing to his investors because he lost it all and some. And it was one of those that it's what really sucks is it was just if he was still able to hold for even another month or two, how much better things would have been. But that's what happens if you're taking risky strats like that. Well, the Jim Cramer scan. We joke internally how if we really wanted to make a bunch of money, we would just do an inverse Cramer system. Probably make everyone millions of dollars. Poor guy. Just cannot catch a break. But it just shows that, if you want to do your fundamental analysis and you want to do your fundamental analysis for long-term trading, have at it. But when people completely and utterly ignore fundamental trade or stuff for short-term trading, if there was ever a question about why, which there's not, right? Most traders get it. That's why. Right? Your fundamentals can be right, but if price isn't agreeing with you, then you're wrong. Right? There's going to be tons and tons of people you'll see if, and I'm not saying it is, but if the market bottomed, the amount of people that you're going to hear doomsay all of this stuff will be just absolutely immense, right? So the amount of people that will go, oh my God, right? We're going to new lows. And as the market, again, if it starts rallying, you'll hear about how we're disconnected from fundamentals and blah, 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 blah. And look at all these bad things happening in the world. Just so you guys know, it happens every time the market bottoms. I remember in 2018, there was people or 2008, there was people for years and years and years talking about the double dip recession. In 2020, people didn't believe it. 2018-19 bull markets, people didn't believe it. And eventually everyone just at some point has to capitulate and buy. And that's usually when you get kind of that's the last rally. They always say when the last bear gives up, that's the top of the market. And when the last bull gives up, that's the bottom of the market. So Jim Cramer is making a ton of money with 2 shows. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing okay with his shows. He's just not doing well with his picks, that's for sure. Remember Didi? This is buy as much as you can when it IPOs. At 15. And
Hey, Michael.
Barry.
I just wanted to say, the market is top when your hairdresser or your cab driver starts giving you tips. That's when the market has topped.
I always quote it for when the last, and we all know people who, well, especially in the 2020, right? Every time the market would downtick a bit, they were, okay, that's it. We got to sell everything. It's, shit's going to hit the fan. And then we hit a new high. So, I like to look at it as whenever that last bull gives out and just says, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to buy with everyone else. That's usually the end. And same with the opposite, right? When you meet, and there's people who actually we learn about it in the CMT. There's funds that do it, and they just use extreme sentiment as a contrary indicator. Is basically sentiment's a horrible indicator when it's in the middle, like when it's anywhere from 20% to 80%. But when everybody is bearish, you're probably near a bottom, and when everybody is bullish, you're probably near a top. It's just kind of the way it goes. There's no one left to buy, right? If everyone's already bullish.
And then there's me who doesn't care. Intraday, I don't care. You can be bullish, you can be bearish. I don't care. Show me what's moving today, and thank you very much. I'll wrap it up at the end of the day. I don't have to worry about what happens overnight anywhere in the world.
Well,
And that is my style, of course, as you know, Michael.
and that's it, right? And I don't know if you heard my ranting about, because we never asked you, but we just assumed you'd be down with the landing page idea we've got on the go. Are you here for
Don't know
that?
anything about it. No,
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't. I just tuned in now.
So what we signed you up for, which I think is a good idea. Um, Stephanie's idea, and I think it's a great one, is we're going to do a landing page for each trader within Trade Ideas. And it's going to be videos and written explanations of all of our different trading styles. So, for me, it would say, a little introduction about me, and it would say I'm a relative strength trader. So I look for relative strength. Intraday using the races, and on the daily time frame using TI strength and all this. They would then get access to your layout, and just some basic direction of, these are the kind of setups I look for. This is the kind of thing that I'm interested in. A lot of the stuff that we already do, like you have that video series of what makes this trade great and all of those things, but just like a centralized repository, because as we were talking about, everybody has their own style. So I think
Mhm.
it's a great idea, because they may go to my style and they go, no, that's a bit too slow and boring, and then they go over to your page and like, okay, that's good. And the hope is that all new TI subscribers, they go through this list of traders until they find somebody that they resonate with their trading style, and then they have access to their layout and roughly what they look for, a basic trading plan to get started with, and just a way to get going. So that's
Yeah, I'd really have to give that some thought for me because I'm a bit of a field trader, you know. I mean, so it's not like, well, okay, if it hits a 10 SMA, then this is what I'm going to do, or if this happens, this is what I'm going to do. A lot of my trading is kind of feel what I see at the moment. So I'm gonna
yeah,
have
but
to figure
uh,
out
y-
something there.
but there's some basics you could apply. Like for example, you do a lot of, I find something from the races, I'm going to wait for it to break through a whole number, right? That kind of thing. And if you do things like tape reading and stuff, you can talk about them. You don't need to teach about them, but
Hmm.
it's just kind of the way that happens. We obviously can't tell people what to do, because that's we got to be careful when it comes to the regulators and stuff, but it's more
Right.
about just, this is roughly how I find my trades, and this is roughly how I trade them. And the hope is, like I was talking to the people earlier, there's no successful trader in the world who's ever that I've ever talked to that says, "Oh yeah, I just follow this guy," right? It just doesn't happen. So, but the hope
Right.
is that they get something that they can kind of get started with, um, and then from there they go, okay, now I can sit down, and I have a starting place that I can kind of go and really get going from there, kind of thing.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'll have to give that some thought. I mean, yeah, I'm all about the races, of course, and yeah, how to use. I mean, I think for me, I think people have the wrong idea about the races that, okay, if something is winning a race, you just click on it and take the trade. For me, the races is twofold. And you've heard me say this before. It's for me, it's more also almost as important as just the ability to focus on one scan and one scan only instead of jumping around trying to create all sorts of different alert windows, looking at
Hmm.
different top list windows, but just having one scan that you can stare at all day long. And then that scan will create a watch list for you to also take a look at all day long. So even though something might be number 7 on the list, only won 2 races, click on it, see what it's doing. Who knows? Maybe it's consolidating a little bit. Put a price alert somewhere. So that if that I could easily show, that because that's how I use the races.
Well, and that's kind of the goal, right? Because you're right. We give the races to people, and they go, okay, now what? Right? So they just need the basic. Like for me, one of my favorite plays from the races is just a pre-market high break. What was it? NEPT. Was that the one from
Neptune, yeah,
today?
Neptune, yeah.
I got a lot from that. Like that was, oh, that was everything's lagging. That was a great play, and it was just simply not necessarily a pre-market high break, but if you look at the pre-market action, if I can ever get
Hmm.
this to load up, then yeah, let's do 5 minute. Oh, I'm just
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I see Michael, I want to interrupt. Is there any reason why we can't have a real-time alert for a pre-market break as opposed to just, having a filter that shows when it's close? Is there any real reason? I mean, we've got the data point, don't we?
yeah, but that's getting through the traditional. Maybe I could build something in the Market Explorer for that. In theory, yes, and when we're done or moved to AWS, maybe things get easier with that. But you know how hard it is to put alerts in the
Hmm.
traditional system, right?
Right.
But I could maybe look for something that's doing more volume, that's breaking through the pre-market high. I'm working on being able to build like support and resistance algorithms into the Market Explorer, which I think will be huge, because then we can
Hmm.
play with all kinds of stuff, right? But yeah, so that, and this is basically all I use the races for, because I only want to trade for that first hour or so of the day, and the rest of the day I focus on swing trading. Because for me, the way I
Right.
look at it is day trading is income and swing trading is wealth creation, right? I know you're very anti. It's funny. I used to trade with a trader who was super, just like you. He's super anti swing trader, and the joke he'd always say is, "I don't even hold my wife overnight. I don't want to hold a stock
Well, I'm just going
overnight."
to say my swing trading is my wife's company. Okay,
Yeah, well,
when
there
she
you go.
works, that's all I have to do. And so her company's done very well. So that's our retirement in terms of that. Michael, somebody, I see that question from Christine, and I certainly could not answer it. So maybe you want to answer that. It's all about I think AWS or Microsoft 360 was
Uh,
above. And so David is saying you didn't answer, Christine, and that is something I cannot answer.
oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Christine,
Sorry.
it says Steve Gomez told me to ask you about Amazon Workspaces. I have a MacBook Pro, protocol WSP. I don't know if you can see. If you just
Oh,
scroll
yes, yes,
up
yes. Yeah, I
at
see it now.
12:27 Eastern time.
Yeah, so and I know he sent you the video, but it's kind of complicated for setup. I would look at Windows 365 instead, just because the setup for um, AWS is so complicated, and we do have videos for that. Now, once you're up and running, you're just using Windows as normal, right? So you just need to set up a Windows 365 business account, and then after that, it will just launch in a web browser. You can go with Amazon Workspaces, but you can do plans and pricing here. You can do Amazon Workspaces. The issue I have with Amazon Workspaces is just the complex nature of this setup. So if I were to do it again, I would do this, right? So this is Canadian, so this is probably, I don't know what, $40 or so American. And I can give you this link right here. And as soon as you set this up, what they'll do is they'll basically just give you a log on address, and username and password will get emailed to your Microsoft account. If you don't have a Microsoft account, you just have to open one. They're free and easy. And from there, all you'll do is you'll connect via the cloud, and then you just kind of you go from there, where you just put in the cloud link and your username and password, and you'll set everything up. And we have videos for this. Now, the issue I always find with Amazon Workspaces is it wasn't really designed for individual. It's funny because I'm using Bing. It already puts Windows 365 up there. The issue with Amazon Workspaces again is just the complexity of the initial setup. So you have to go in, you have to create an Amazon account, and then when you create the Amazon account, um, you'll have to spin up your own instance, which is a bit of a procedure. So I would highly recommend Windows 365, and we can email you the videos we have for setup on that. I know you put in your computer examples. That doesn't matter, because the whole point of these is they're cloud loaded computers. So your computer is just connecting to the internet, basically. Now I see you have some examples there. So maybe you've gotten further than I thought. And the protocols don't matter. I'm just going to bring this up on screen so people can follow along. The protocols don't matter. I would always go with the Windows 19 if you can. Now the CPU and the RAM is all about how hard you want to push it, right? So if you are only putting trade ideas on there and that's all you're doing, then I would say 2 CPUs. So the vCPU, that just means a dual core CPU, and 8 gigs of RAM would be enough. If you're planning on putting a Trader workstation, or you want to use it as like a secondary computer, or you're going to push it really hard, right? So you're going to have like, 5 monitors going with like a bunch of different scans and that kind of thing. Then I might go 4 CPU and 16 gigs of RAM. For me, I think 8 gigs of RAM for mine. But again, I don't push that super hard. I only have trade ideas and Trader workstation on there. And then the rest of them I do on my local computer. Now, when it comes to the root volume, it doesn't matter. That's just how much storage you have on it. And you're not really going to be storing things like, your family photos or anything on there, right? So you only need enough storage to download the applications that you're running. So that's where you can save a bunch of money. So if you're going to go the Windows 365 version, I would say this middle one is more than enough. You could probably get away with the cheaper one if you were planning on using just a couple base scans. If you start pushing it any further than that, I would say you should go with this little one. And then to go up to the big guy for $100 Canadian a month, so it's probably 70 American. This would be, you're planning on kind of using this as a full computer in the cloud, and you're doing a lot of work. So 2 CPU cores, 8 gigs of RAM. Again, as long as you're not going crazy with it, I think is going to be your best bet.
Sold.
And if you have any more questions, just so we can give Barry back his room, that's my Twitter. You can just hit me up directly on Twitter and we can chat there. It's probably an easy way to do it. Cool.
Okay, Michael, I just resumed my stream, if that's okay.
Sounds good. I'll see you in the marketing meeting in a bit.
You will.
Awesome. Chat soon.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys, I am back in both rooms now, talking to Michael in our YouTube room at length. So back in both rooms, guys. Now, of interest, I've been kind of watching this one. Okay, this is a large cap gainers from the open. You're not going to see huge moves. However, what did I just see? I just put a price alert on it. It's almost an all-time high. Well, I thought I did anyway. You know what? I didn't put it. It starts with an S. Oh, here it is. SGML. SGML. So again, if you're looking for something that's maybe a little less, volatile, but this large cap gainers, I've been just kind of looking at some of them. And so for instance, here's this SGML. I'm not saying to take the trade or anything like that, okay? But this is right now at an all-time high. Right now, as we speak. It's obviously had a couple of great days, had earnings on the 16th, so that's behind us. And it's an all-time high. So I mean, take a look at this. You know, if they, especially if we're not getting a lot of follow through on these smaller ones, you know, you usually, you know, with these ones, they're not going to be wild and crazy, but maybe a little less, you know, maybe a little, again, well, they're not going to be wild and crazy, maybe a little more gentle in terms of the way they, you know, the way they start to trade. You know, look at Beam. I mean, maybe this is a nice little comeback play. BEAM, nice little comeback play, perhaps. Little result, it came back, kind of consolidating, and who knows, maybe it starts to run again a little bit. So I mean, I am sharing this large cap gainers from the open. Is it possible to duplicate an entire window group into a new docked channel bar window? Um, so for instance, here are my three little thumbnail charts that I've got in a doc. Are you saying you would want this into, like, duplicate into another docked window? Because I don't think there is a way. There's no way. You can duplicate the window, but yeah, no, I think you have to. Yeah, I don't think there's any way you can take this, for instance, and this is another docked window I've got. Yeah, there's no, because let me make sure. Duplicate into free floating or duplicate into, yeah, I think this is just duplicating this window, this chart. I may be wrong. I've never tried that. Well, certainly, yeah, certainly when yeah, then you can't do it. Yeah, it's because you're going to have to click on something. So the minute it says duplicate into, I'm almost sure it's going to just take this you know, that window that you're in, and it's going to duplicate it where you want it, but not the entire dock. Unless Pepe has probably done something with this, played around with that, but I don't think so. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, guys. So again, you can you can either you can take both of these. I mean, I this is actually not that bad. You know, I mean, you're not going to get the wild swings, but I happened to notice Viru earlier, and I noticed it around the 1750 mark. You know, now it's 1785. So you're not going to get like the incredible percentage gains, but this might be a little gentler to trade. Add a channel bar to a docked window that didn't have one. I don't even understand what that means. Sorry. Add a channel bar. So you're going to have as many you can. So now I've got two dock channel bars to a docked window that didn't have a channel bar. I don't. I mean, obviously you can take it up here, put the dock channel up here. Okay, so what would you want to do here? Here are my thumbnail charts. Where do you want to add them? So are you talking about this? So are you talking about creating a couple of channels in the channel bar? Like these are two channels where it says this is test, but this other one is the change from the open, sector change from the open. That's what I named it. These are two channels that I created and I put them in the channel bar. Is that what you mean? So you could take a docked window and put it up here. If that's what you mean. You can have 5. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to do. Can I add the channel bar to my thumbnail charts? I don't think so. I don't see how I can do that. I think it's the reverse. You want to add this to your channel bar. Yeah, there's nothing that, yeah, I mean, there's no, okay. All right, guys, so I'm gonna start looking at the large cap ones. You know, I'm seeing a lot of patterns that look like this in the large cap gainers from the open. They just kind of look like they're just kind of basing a bit, which is cool because you could just put a price alert on above the current price and below it to create a bit of a channel break. You know, so it's not all about the stocks that are just racing higher. By the way, you know, just before I went on my break, and and somebody was asking, I think it was Mohammed or somebody asked about Indo. So see, it didn't hold. It sort of held at 10 SMA, and Real was saying the 80 EMA. They're probably pretty close, but there's that 10 SMA. We're talking about will it hold it, and didn't really hold it. I mean, it's still hovering around the area. But I also said, you know, this is such a bit of a hairy one to try that on because of the float. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just put myself on mute for I wonder for how long. So the questions, yeah, sorry, guys, Brent. And so you asked about the channel bar. So no, the channel bar, not you, Brent, but somebody in our other room. So no, this is a fixed order. You cannot somehow rearrange the order and then freeze it in that order, number one, okay? If that was your question. Okay, so Brent, yeah, sorry, I accidentally put myself on mute. And welcome. You have a question or just want to see what we're doing here? Guys, there's VAX, VAXX, but again, look at all this resistance. Maybe, if it can get through this, I just don't, but I don't have a lot of faith right now in these smaller ones having good continuation. Now this is about the third day. I started noticing this on Friday. Of course, the market was down big on Friday. The market was down pretty big yesterday. The market's down. I mean, it's sort of mixed. I mean, the Dow's down, NASDAQ's up, but I'm just not seeing quite the follow through from these smaller ones. Okay, so Brent, I'm sure if you talk to Chris, he probably said you should at least have done the getting started. So I'll direct you to my homepage. When you say what you should be watching, I mean, of course, this is more up to you because I don't know what your trading style is, but this particular scan here, this race scan is looking for stocks that are pretty volatile, giving you some pretty interesting percentage increases, but that may not be for everybody. You might be somebody that rather see something a little less active, which is these are the large cap gainers from the open. But let me just do an overview of what the races are all about and why I'm totally sold on them. And I would suggest that after you've done the getting started videos, if you click on my homepage, it'll show you what you're going to see. Then you can go to the education section, go to the user guide, and then check out the stock races. Check out the stock races, okay? Couple of videos, lots of text. I don't know how long it'll take you to go through it, but I think it's very important because this is the direction of the company going forward, all about the races. So why? Just give me a moment. So every race is started from a top list window. Now, of course, you can create your own top list window with your parameters. So for instance, in this top list window, I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up 2% from the close, yesterday's close. Okay, so I mean that's it. I mean nothing fancy. So it will get from the race will be from this list of stocks. Okay, that meet these parameters. That's number one. Now, before we had races, the function of a top list was just sort of ranking. So if you said, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So I'm going to have to save this. Just give me a moment for text headers. Okay. So there's the change from the closed column. So you can sort on any one of these columns, okay, in a top list. So for instance, if you said, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today from the close of yesterday. So you double left click quickly and understand you don't have to learn all this. Okay. I'm just showing you what the concept is and how the races evolved out of this. So you could double left click on any header and it would rank the stocks. So I could say right now, RVPH, based on the filter requirements that I got, is up the most, 37%. And then Indo, et cetera, all the way down the list. If I sort from the change from the open though, because that's what I like to do. So RVPH, it has had the biggest change from the open, 37%, nerdy, 33%, etc. All well and good. But how is that going to help me trade these? How do I know which is actually moving? Okay, I can't tell unless I stare at this list and see that 37. Okay, guys, I have a leaf blower right outside my window, so hopefully my noise canceling is working. I can hardly hear myself talk. So just let me know if again, you can't hear that leaf blower. Okay, because I have to, if I sound like I'm shouting, it's because I'm trying to shout over this leaf blower. Wow. I mean, it's literally right outside my window. Okay, so to further this, so sure, the change from the close is 34% and it's ring, but how do I know which one is moving? Unless I stare at some, some symbol and I can see it change, which would be ridiculous, right? How am I going to know what is actually moving on this list relative to the others? Okay, so that's where the racing comes in. The racing, now, RVPH could be moving. It could be moving from 35 to 38. There, we just moved to 37. But what if one of these stocks down here, VLCN as an example, right now it's at 10%, okay, change from the open. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, maybe some news hits or just there's buying enthusiasm, it moves from 10, it goes to 12, it goes to 15, it goes to 20. You would never know that, okay? Because how are you going to follow a huge list of stocks, something that's moving? So that's where the races come in. It's sort of, I call it a hybrid between having a list of stocks that you'd like to follow, a top list, and an alert window that is telling you what is a stock that is moving right now. So when you start seeing a stock that is moving up, and I call it getting to the top of the leaderboard, moving to the top. So and a new race will start every 4 minutes. Okay. So after 4 minutes, somebody will run a race. The more times a stock wins a race, it'll start appearing in this top 10 list. This is like a watch list that is created for you for the entire day. So Neptune, as an example, won 7 races. RVPH won 7 races. Why this is important is because not only is this a way to see what stock is moving relative to all the other stocks that are in this list, and something could be happening right now, it creates this great watch list for you all day long. So let's take a look at number 8 on the list, Avaya. It won 3 races. I don't see it doing anything here, but what is it doing? So you might look at this and go, little bit of a pullback. Maybe if it took out 114 later on, I might be interested in taking this trade. So the fact that it is on this, like this creates this watch list for you automatically. It gives you a very focused group of stocks to follow all day long. You can follow this all day long without you having to have all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows, clicking like mad on all these different windows that you may have created. And it gets you to focus on one thing. Now, this may not be your cup of tea exactly because these are fast moving stocks. Maybe you'd rather have large cap gainers from the open. I mean, and this is where your style is going to have. I don't want to say you. I mean, I'm not talking to anybody in specifically. How your style is going to come into play. Maybe you don't want stocks that are this active. I mean, they're fun, but they're not necessarily the easiest stocks to trade. Maybe you'd rather have something that is more of a large cap. So here's PAGS. I saw PAGS down here at 353, 1353 on that little break. It was winning a race. Is it going to move 30 or 40%? Probably not, but this may be more of a relaxed type trade for people. Okay. So there's all sorts of different trading styles, but the bottom line is that the race can be launched from any top list window that you create just by once you create it, you launch it. Okay. And then the race is based on your requirements. So for instance, I mean, you might have said, well, you know what, I don't like that price range. I'd rather have 10 and 100, or I want it to be at least 1,000,000 shares, or I want it to be up at least 4% from the close, or you could add some other filters in. Maybe I want to have a relative volume of 3. I mean, I'm getting, I'm not trying to complicate it, but I'm just trying to say that the racing is based on the top list that you select and to launch it from. I like this one because, sure, I'm a guy who likes to see stocks that are moving pretty quickly and, watching them, seeing how they're trading. Here's Acon. You see how it got up to 157, it pulled back. Maybe it's getting ready for another run, as an example. So again, the two, and I know I repeat myself over and over again, but one of the most important aspects of the racing is the focus, because people, when they get into trade ideas, they say, well, oh man, I can create all these different scans. Which one am I going to use? I don't know how to use it. Even if I create it, I don't know exactly how to use it. So if we can get people to focus on just one thing, and then have this watch list created and use the simulator, practice trading using our simulator, taking trades, seeing how they work out. It might take you 3 months. It might take you 6 months. Maybe you're a fast learner. Maybe you can do it in a month. I don't know. But it's focus. Brent, yes, it is focus, focus, focus. One of the common complaints. I mean, look at all the alerts that we have. This is something I usually do in the morning, but people who want to create their own scans, of course they can. Here are all of the filters that we have, every single filter. I'm just going to scroll down, down, down. When we get to these icons, those are the alerts, sorry. So these are the real-time alerts up here. I exclusively really just use new, high, and low, but there's tons of other alerts, real-time alerts. And then these are the filter icons. So a lot of people, they look at this and go, well, I can't possibly learn all that. So therefore, this program is too complicated. I can't use it. And that's fair enough. If we said to you, well, you've got to learn all the alerts and you've got to learn all the filters before you can use our program, which would be crazy, of course. It'd be like my throwing you a Microsoft Word manual and say you've got to learn everything before you can even know how to print. So, I mean, that'd be crazy. Most people, when they look at that manual, all they do is they look at the quick, the getting started. How do I print? How do I maybe change my font? Can I bold? How do I save? I mean, that's about it. Okay. So I'm sharing, Brent, I'm sharing this page right here. This is, we'll call it a custom. It's based on, if I click on new again from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, and then I click on explosive winners. And that is so you see this race, this is the race setup here. In essence, it's the same one that I've got. All I did was I said, you know what? I wanted to increase the minimum volume, and I wanted to have a different price range that this one has. So you can call it custom, but you could look at this all day long, if you wanted to. I am sharing this. I'm sharing my layout, but I am sharing these scans. I'm sharing the individual scans. So if you go to my home page again, a moment. Again, if you click on my home page, and one of the sections is scans, my scans. So there's the scan, okay? There is the scan that you see right here. I do have some other scans here, but my 99% focus is right here. But just to go over these other scans, I mean, I do pre-market work. So this is what I use, the pre-market actives up and down. The single stock window is this window here. That's what I use, but these are just filters. You can have, you can customize it, but this is what I use. And the only other scan outside of this that I look at are the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns if I want to short. That's it. Hardly get anything from these, but I can tell you right off the bat that HUSA, Indo, VIVK certainly showed up here also. Okay, so, and then, there's a lot of people like a momentum scan as an alert. Not the worst thing, so if you wanted to have one scan and this, and you're looking for momentum style trades, or, stocks that are really moving, it's not the worst. I have Zach's bouncers and toppers because, these are certainly not, I wouldn't call these for new traders. These are looking for stocks that are maybe going parabolic on the way up, and so you want to short them, or almost parabolic on the way down, and you want to play a bounce. Not easy though, okay? Not easy as a new trader, but I have them here. So if you're more of an experienced trader and you want to, take a look at something like that, that's fine. But so those are the scans that I'm sharing. So, what I would do is just save my link. Then you can look at those scans anytime. You can look at the education section anytime. Sure. This is the one, if I am going to short, this is the one, the 10-day daily breakdown. But I freely admit I haven't really paid that much attention to it. But the 10-day daily breakdown, especially if a stock is making a new all-time low. Okay, but not many alerts. DLO, I think this was an earnings play. Yeah, not too much action though. Had the alert here, and it got down to 24. Yeah, so it didn't really move, but we've seen some, especially if it's a stock that's making an all-time low and it has news, not so much earnings, but yeah, it could be earnings, but some really bad news. I mean, we've seen some stocks that just absolutely keep cratering, even though they're down like 50% in the pre-market, they just continue to get smoked down. But that is one you can take a look at, the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not on Summit, so I don't know why you're saying that, Jordan. Not sure why you're saying that, SM, or is it in here? But Cure, you asked about QURE. Haven't seen that one for a long time. Yeah, not much volume, so I don't. I mean, right now this would not be of interest to me at all. At all. I mean, it's just you don't know what direction it's going. I mean, you would think probably down, but it's just basing right now. Okay, so the question is, why is the replay mode functionally, like what would be the function of it? The function would be this. Let's just say, like myself, okay? What if I take horrors, I take tomorrow off, just as an example, okay? I take tomorrow off and I come back in the evening tomorrow night. I can always do this in replay mode. It'll take 6.5 minutes, 1 minute for the hour that for the market. 6.5, the market's open for 6.5 hours. So the replay mode will take 6.5 minutes. In other words, 1 minute per hour. So it'll just show me what happened and then create that top list for me, or that watch list for me. Okay. So for and for people who can't spend the whole day in front of the computer, you could just do the replay mode. Like myself, it won't matter because I see this, I've been staring at this all day long. But if you can't stare at your race all day long, you can go, you can do you excuse me, you can do a replay. I think you can. Let me just duplicate this. I think in the custom, I've never tried replay from, yeah. So it looks like you have a date. You have a date selection. Okay. Replay from to. I've never done it, but obviously you can do it. Yeah, it's pretty cool because at about 6 o'clock, I think this runs till 6 o'clock Eastern time. Because you can also use this for post market. This keeps working in after hours. So you can see the ones that are really moving after hours. Ooh, shoot. This is the one I wanted to take and I missed it. 6. Let's see if it's still viable. Not as a short. I know it's a topping play from Zach, but the 10-day volume located. Are you talking to me, Joe, or are you talking to somebody else? I know real. Oh, hi, real. I should have said hello. He said that Cure had low volume. So are you talking about the 10-day daily breakdown or up? That's nothing to do with volume. I mean, it has a volume, huge volume component, but that this is the 10-day daily breakdown, not the volume. Is that what you meant? The 10-day daily breakdown or the 10-day daily break up? Oh, okay. So again, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, click on the link. If you click on my link, just go to my scans. Go to the scan section right here. And here they are, 10-day daily. So there is, and they're individual, okay? So it's, you won't get it in like what we call a doc like that. These are the individual scans. So just to tell you what I mean by don't repeat. So you'll notice here, for instance, wet G. There was an alert at 4:31, at 12:17, a theoretical, an idea to short wet G at 4:31. You notice you only see wet G one time in this window, whereas you see it every time wet G made a new low, you'll see it over and over again in this window. So why I like to do this is because I can it's like kind of going back in time a bit. I can say, okay, there was my alert for wet G at 12:17. There was the price. What did it do from there? And I can tell, I don't even have to actually see this. I can just click on it. Okay. And I see there was the alert. There's that arrow. And I can say, wow, okay, it really dropped from there. What did Indo at 9:34? The price was 9:17. What did it do? There's that blue arrow. Obviously, this was a wild one, got all the way up to 1273. Same sort of thing. If I scroll back though, Indo will, every time it made a new high, I'd see it here. So that's kind of why I like to, I like to have it broken down like that. I like to have them side by side. What scan can I use for trend continuation? Boy, it depends like what time frame you're talking about. I'm not a big, like it really depends on the time frame you're talking about too, Mario. And I don't have a like a scan that I use that this is for trend continuation. So what you might want to do, yeah, for 5 minutes. I mean, okay. I mean, you can try this. But I don't have anything built specifically. But for instance, we have, if I right click configure and I type in consecutive, going fast, I know that, but I can. So here we've got consecutive candles on 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. So if you think now that, 4 2-minute candles in a row is a nice trend, or 2 5-minute, or 3 2-minute, you might want to, you don't want to be too extended, but you're getting some kind of a solid move over 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10. You might want to try that just so you can see how that would work. The consecutive candles works. There is 5 minutes, but you don't want to get into a situation, obviously, if you say, now the other thing is, so maybe in combination, And again, I've never built a scan like this. And what I would suggest you do is maybe ask that question because one of the other traders may have built something like that. But maybe you could also restrict the range percent. So yes, you're getting 2 or 3 5-minute candles in a row, but it's not like it's not moved that much. And then because then you could use something like this. Like maybe a 15-minute range of not that much, a maximum percent of a certain amount. Again, you have to play with this. I have no idea. And then maybe 3 5-minute candles in a row. Okay. But but not really like a huge percentage gain. Okay. So that you're not looking at something that's got like 3 giant 5-minute candles in a row. So you're chasing it. You can try something like that. But what I would do is maybe one of the other traders may have something. And let me give her a home page. And you can ask that question. Anybody have trend on 5 minutes? I don't have anything that's built. So Jordan is saying in the room, like 3 consecutive 2-minute candles, 3 consecutive 2-minute candles, and over the VWAP. Okay, that could give you something. How do you trade? How do you scan for a short squeeze going on? Well, depends what you mean by a short squeeze, like your definition. I mean, it can be, and if real will get in on this too, maybe. But okay, in general, let's just say something has a high short float percent and it's really ripping higher. In theory, that could be a short squeeze. Okay. So something with a high short float percent, like we could have said maybe this is undergoing a short squeeze earlier on. But it's a fairly high short float percent. So a lot of people are short. Very few shares in the float also. But just because something has a high short float percent doesn't necessarily mean, and even if the stock is up 10 or 20% for the day, doesn't absolutely mean that it's a big short squeeze going on. I know that probably didn't sound very helpful, but I mean, you can always start off with a short float percent and create a scan with maybe make it a minimum of 15, and then show stocks that are up, I don't know, 30% for the day. You won't find too many probably, and then go from there and see if they're really moving. But everybody, a lot of people will brand something that's really ripping higher. They'll always brand it as some kind of a short squeeze, not necessarily. But you can, again, to find that filter, just have to right click, configure, and click in float. Okay, so there's that short float percent. So a high one, 15, maybe minimum, maybe 20. You have to experiment. And then if a stock is really moving today with that high short float, it could be a short squeeze. It could be. Again, I don't have anything specifically designed for that. Well, again, I mean, I'm not going to say yes, it did. I mean, it's got a fairly high short float percent, and it had a nice rip. But I honestly don't really pay that much attention to okay, is this a short squeeze or is it not? If it's moving in my races, I'm not going to brand it as a short squeeze. All I know it's moving in the race. And maybe do I glance at this and say, oh, okay, pretty high short float percent, but it's not that I just concentrate on it. The 6 is what I wanted from the gainers, guys, from these large cap gainers from the open. I mean, this is not a bad alternative to something like this, which is a lot more volatile. If you're new to trading, this might be a better way to go to start. It won't give you these huge percentage increases, but it might be a little more easy on the psyche. I mean, you look at the BMBL as an example. So right at 27, you look left on the daily, 27.68. So it's got a little bit of room, takes out 27. Maybe it moves up another 20 or 30 cents. Yeah, I think it's a phrase people use over and over, a blue collar. They want to brand something. This is a short squeeze taking place. Well, whether it is or it isn't, I mean, does it really matter if we brand it as a short squeeze? The fact that it's moving higher and it's also, in a big percentage move. How do I access the tool? Oh, you mean, so you're not a subscriber, Joe? Okay, so I would wait though. If you want to become a subscriber to Trade Ideas, because you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so that's what this is. This is called Trade Ideas. That is the program. And I'll give you my well, again, go to my homepage, but wait. If you decide you want to take out a subscription, okay. Okay, here's a couple of things you can do though. Again, if you go to my homepage, click on the link, go to the education section on my link, excuse me, on my homepage, and scroll down to the bottom where it says back to basics. Okay, if you're extremely new to trading, this is all free. Okay, I would really encourage that you watch these videos. I mean, I know and we're not trying to insult anybody's intelligence, but it starts off with what is a stock. Okay, I mean, it literally starts at that basic, but introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance, etc. I would highly recommend you take a look at this if you're brand new to trading before you take out a subscription. Okay, and it's all free. It's 36 short videos. Okay. And then after that, if you want to take out a subscription, of course, come back to the room. I can give you my link, and there's a subscription in which you can take out. But right now, I would probably take a look at that if you say you're extremely new to trading. Otherwise, the whole thing is too bewildering. And then we have a simulator. Okay, we have a simulator so you can practice trading using our real-time data. Whew, guys, it is Tuesday, so I'm in a marketing meeting. I almost forgot about it. So I'm in a meeting in about a couple of minutes. So in a meeting, so I'll be on mute. Okay, so I will put myself on mute, guys. All right, guys, I'm now back. And hey, listen, this big gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open. I would take this one, guys, run it side by side. I'm starting to see some really nice ones from here. Again, they're a lot more gentle. They're not going to be as whippy as the ones getting for. I still want this one, of course, but as sort of a call it a corollary. I know what I'm trying to say to this is just sort of, it's just getting stocks that are large cap, hard floats, so not quite as whippy. And I'm starting to see some really interesting ones here. Now, somebody talked about large. I'm not scanning for low floats, guys. Okay, I see Real said, well, I'm not interested in low floats like Barries. It's not that I'm interested in low floats. It just that happens that stocks that are in here tend to be low floats. I'm not scanning for them. I don't have a filter that says only show me low floats. But typically, they're going to be low floats because how can a stock be up 100 or 200% unless it is a low float? And now, Real, the STBX, this is one that I'm so disappointed in. Um, Waited for this one for a week and a half now. The problem is, yeah, it's an IPO. The structure was like 5 million, between $4 and $5, 5 million shares. But it opened. I mean, it opened at 26 or something, or here. No, it opened at 26. And so I couldn't take it. I was hoping it would open around 8 or 9, even briefly, and then I was going to take some shares and ride it all the way to 40. But now this looks like this is something that is not worthwhile at all now. I've shared it several times, Sam, but I can always share it again. I have no problem doing that. Large cap gainers. No, it is not on my homepage. I'll probably get Rudy to add it because I do recognize that this is not everybody's cup of tea. As I know I say that a lot, but I understand that. So let me just at the end of the day, I'll get him to add it. So large cap gainers from the open. That's what this is called. Large cap gainers from the open. And understand, guys, you can always change it. Okay. All you have to do is look at the top list that it's from. Now, ultimately, for instance, changing to me would mean mainly maybe changing a price range and maybe a volume. Okay, minimum volume. I mean, you can change the market cap. You can change anything you want. You want a larger market cap. You want a smaller market cap. You want a bigger float, smaller float. That's up to you. This one, the one I just showed you, is 500 million market cap, 50 million minimum float. So I'm starting to see a lot of patterns that look kind of like this. Sort of resting, not a lot of gyration. And so, I freely admit I traded the CPRX from it. While I was in the meeting, I think I saw it right around here. Made about 20 cents and nothing fantastic. I was actually hoping it would take out 15. This is an all-time high. It didn't take out 15 though. Had it taken out 15, I'd probably still be in it. Okay, now this RAM, you see, this is an extension. This is not like the DNAA. when I first read this, I thought, oh my goodness, this could be like the DNAA from Friday. But this is an extension of the deadline to complete the business combination. If this had said, they agreed to it, you never know what could happen. Like the DNNA, just to remind people what happened on Friday. Right here, that's Friday afternoon. And it went crazy, it went from 14 to 50 or so. Nope, 25% now, Remen. Somebody asked about the 30% discount. No, that is gone by the wayside. That was early bird for early adopters. So, I mean, it's still 25%. That code will come out probably tomorrow. So, Brent, are you still in the room? Were you able to get that file loaded? Just want to make sure. That'll last at least until oh, probably to the end of the month. I don't know yet. I haven't seen the email that goes out, but probably to the end of the month. Look at Ape, guys. We got to watch it. I mean, it's still. I think did that just make a new high? Not quite. New high of the day is up here at 760, almost though. Well, there hasn't been an email that's come out yet, Raman. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Raman, were you part of the test drive? Simple question. How do I get the biggest gainer at the open? How can I call this one up? Okay, Peter, you can have it. All you have to do is go to my home page. Oops, give me a second as I put my homepage link in again. Wrong one, sorry. Okay, so go to my homepage and click on it, click on the link, go to my scan section of my homepage, scan section, click here, and there it is, race mode, biggest gainers from the open, right here. Now, if you're talking about the other one, biggest gainers from the open but large caps, I'll have to give you that one as a separate link because I don't have it in my homepage. I'll get him to add it though. If that's the one you're looking for. So which one are you looking for, Peter? Are you looking for this one that you see, the biggest gainers from the open? Because that's on my homepage. Go to the scan section and you'll see it. It's called race mode or something like that, okay? Well, I see a lot that look like this. I mean, from this large, just sort of resting, kind of just resting. They don't move very, they're not moving very much, but I mean, this is not bad because I mean, it's kind of showing you what could happen either way. You know, stick an alert on a break of the channel upward and then downward and see what happens. See, look at this. So many look like that. I don't know why, but you heard me talk about it ramming all the time about the 30% discount, okay? The 30% discount, and it was over Sunday night. So, you know, I'm not sure what to say. This was an early bird adoption, and I kept talking about it. Said, don't miss out if you want 30% right now, because I could not guarantee it was going to be 30% at the end of this week. So, I mean, it's 25%. It's not like it's a huge, depending on what plan you're planning to take, it's not that big a difference if you're planning to take a subscription at all. Okay, I've got to try something here, guys. I want to, okay, because this is disappearing and that shouldn't disappear. So just give me a moment. Well, guys, what I'm doing, I'm just trying to, there is a bug here and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. So, so give me a moment, guys, as I try to cycle through and see if I can get rid of those lines, because that's the bug. Now, of course, it won't disappear. Viru guys. Boy, this is one I was looking at also from that large cap scan. It pulled back a little bit, but look at this one. I mean, this of course was super active for a long time. The high looking left is 1907, so it's got a little bit of room. Yeah, I'll definitely get. I'll get this added. The biggest gainers from the big, large cap gainers from the open. I'm going to get that added to my homepage. I think that's a good addition. Kind of waiting on this Neptune to see if it really breaks out. See if it starts attacking that high up here, which is over 3. I'm just sort of watching this right now. Okay, good. It disappeared. Okay. Just whoa! There goes Neptune, guys. Okay, so let me try to catch up in my questions. So when you talk about the stop loss, no, I mean that stop, you can of course exit any holly trade you want whenever you want to get out of it, okay? But that stop price is fixed. I mean, if you're automating, which I don't agree with, okay? Look at Neptune. Just give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment. Okay, so you cannot, again, when you talk about, you cannot modify that stop price, okay? That's fixed in. But of course, you can exit anytime you want. But if you're talking about following the AI exactly, in automated fashion and exiting on that stop, no, you can't really, but I don't agree with automating the exits, okay? That's why I think you should exit when you want to exit. Manage the issues. Manage the exits on your own. Is that what you meant though, Michael? Or McCallum? Am I getting any metadata error when loading top list for a race? No. When you say loading a top list for a race, you mean just starting like launching a race from a top list? I don't know what you mean by metadata error. So you're saying, for instance, if I open this top list, okay, now you're saying, now this is just a top list. You're saying when you right click and launch, what's happening? Because no, I'm not. I don't even know what a metadata error means. I know what meta means. I know what data means. I know what error means. But putting them all together, yes. Neptune. You can probably guess, guys. Yes, I did take Neptune. Is what I kept. That's a nice end for my day. So I don't know what you mean. Go, go. Well, you heard me talking about it. You were saying if we can get out through this area right there. Now we're really cooking here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Tyler. I've never had an issue. I mean, I load. This is. I just launched a top list, or I launched a race from this top list. I've never ever had an error. Okay, never had an error. So, um, you might have to go to our truth tech support because I can't duplicate what you're talking about. How can I delete multiple symbols from a symbol list if they are randomly throughout the list? That's a tough one. I don't think you can. If you're talking about, for instance, open top list. Okay, so are you saying, okay, I want to get rid of HUSA, I want to get rid of KABA, and I want to get rid of this one, SNTG, as an example? Can't do it. I mean, you can't do it easily. There's no way. Yeah, like this is not like an Excel spreadsheet or where you can just sort of highlight a row like that, and say, okay, now delete. Okay, it doesn't work like that. If that's what you mean. Yeah, no, you can't do it. It's not, yeah, look, I know it looks like a spreadsheet in this fashion, but it doesn't perform like a spreadsheet where you can just, pick and choose rows you want to delete. That is easy, okay, Ola. So all you have to do, if you want to highlight, you can highlight everything, and just sort of see what I'm doing. Depends what you want. If you just want the symbols, sorry, if you just want the symbols, then you just, go down the column. If you want more, then you just start, highlighting everything that you want. It's a little messy, but if I want everything in here, then I just go and then it's a little messy. Just give me a moment here. You probably can't highlight this, these ranges here. It wouldn't make sense to do that. Yeah, that's why. Okay. So you highlight, and then you right click and save as default, or save contents, sorry, save contents. And then down here, the Excel files is the default, and then you just save it. So again, you have your choice. If you just want to do the symbols, then you just go down the column. But if you want more columns, then you have to, just basically highlight them all. No, the symbol list is not the same as the top list. Okay. Symbol list is a list, sorry, is something that you create. So you have to create a symbol list, okay? So if you've created a symbol list and now you want to delete some stocks, so have you created a symbol list before, Alan? So if you go to tools, and then tools, symbol lists, and do you have some symbol lists that you have created before? I guess my question is, have you ever created a symbol list before? Okay, so just go to tools, and then let's start again. Tools, and then symbol lists, and then find the one. Now, edit. Now, at this point, I'm not 100% sure, but let's see. Control. No, you can't. It has to be contiguous. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see a way. Could I delete that one, and then could I delete that one? But it doesn't look. It looks like it has to be contiguous. Okay. So you can't go in and say, I don't want that one. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. If that's what you're trying to do. Okay. Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Yeah, Ron. Now, quite a bit of lag in your halts resumes. I mean, there's nothing we can do to fix it. I mean, maybe take mine, but there's nothing that we can do to really fix it. Depends what you mean by halt. Now, the other thing you can do, closing a position in the AI is just like closing any position. If you've got something and you want to close it out, you just flatten it. Okay. So if you've got an AI position, you can just flatten it. That'll get you out of the position, or you can get it a half or double it, but that'll get you out of the position. That's a hotkey we've got. So you'd have to give a great example, okay? There's nothing we can do about it. It's not like every now and then what can happen is that a stock gets halted, resumes, and then it gets halted almost immediately. Sometimes it doesn't pick it up. Every now and then that can happen. Okay, that can happen, but it's rare if it's very, very rapid. But I haven't seen any, from my point of view, I haven't seen any that is like really lagging. So the other thing, Alan, is that it depends. If you're using the My Liked, might be a little bit easier. Okay, because in theory, the reason why you're getting rid of a stock is because you don't want to see it anymore, right? I guess that makes sense. So remember, when you click on a heart, it automatically goes into that My Like symbol list. That is created for you. And so for instance, here is My Liked. So this, it's gonna be a moment. Boy, lots happening right now. So this is My Like symbol list. So I've got my top list window and my symbol list, only the following list, I've checked My Liked. So in case do you know about My Liked? Because the minute you check on a heart in a chart, it goes into a symbol list that we've created for you. You don't have to create it. It goes into a symbol list called My Liked. So I guess what I'm trying to say though is typically the reason why you want to get rid of something. Oh, well, there you go. Pepe knows. I didn't know that. Double click the symbol in the editor and we'll highlight. But what if he wants to do multiple at the same time? But what I was going to say is, let's just say I look at this one, I go, you know what? I don't want it anymore. Okay. I mean, that's typically the reason why I'm getting rid of symbols. I just uncheck the heart. So now it's gone. So I go to another one. Okay. That's typically why I get rid of symbols. But so it's a relatively easy way with the just unchecking the heart. But of course, it only works in My Liked. Okay, so what were you talking about here? So here's the list. Yeah, so I think what he's trying to do though is, okay, I don't want that one, and now I don't want that one, I don't want that one. You know, in other words, they're not contiguous, number one. I think that's what he's trying to do. So I don't, so what you're saying, yeah, it's okay for one, but not multiple that are not contiguous. Unless I'm reading your answer wrong, Pepe. Okay. Yeah, so no, that's what he wanted to do. So we can't do it. Yeah, so Alan, there's no easy way to do it. Yeah, there's just no easy way to do that. You have to do them one at a time. You cannot do multiple deletes in a symbol list unless they're contiguous. I just like saying contiguous, but you know what I mean. So there's no way to, I want this one, I want that one, I want that one. Like a lot of programs, I get it, how you can just keep the control key pressed down on the keyboard and there's our start highlighting. I mean, I don't think you can. Let's make sure though. I don't think you can, but let's just try it just for fun. I mean, I really don't know, but no, see, I've got the control key pressed down. No, it just will not. The minute you leave that symbol, unless again, you can highlight them all uh, in a row. But yeah, the minute you just can't select one and then jump to another one and jump to another one. So, okay, you guys are talking about Sava. Let me take a look at Sava. Yeah, nice move. Definitely a nice move. Always seem to be in play. Seems to be in play. I don't think I had shorts for this one. No, too bad. This wet G, my goodness, what a great short. From 431 now 307 and basically straight down. Basically just straight down from that. I just did not have shorts available. What happened to it? As in I'm still in it, Cody? Yeah, until it breaks down under three, I'll still try to hold on. I've sold some. I've sold some. Remember, I was in around the 283 mark while I was doing all this talking, and then all of a sudden it just ramped up. So the piece I've got left is I'll hold it unless it breaks down through three. Within reason. I mean, if it gets back up to this 327 and then it drops down to 315, excuse me, 315, I'll probably get out of it. But remember, that's what I was saying, guys. I mean, it's a great watch list. Neptune was not really moving. It wasn't really moving here. All of a sudden, it started to move. Okay, so I was watching it as it was, making its way up on the leaderboard, and thinking, okay, if we can just kind of clear this area, this 280 area, this might have a shot to get back up to that high right there of 312. Not only did it do that, it got even higher. Well, it actually had news that in theory it should have. It's a monkeypox play. I mean, this morning, but why I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't even know if that float can be right. 172 million. Hard to believe. 172 down 41%. But I mean, it did have some news this morning. It looked good for a while. Monkeypox play. But if you're asking me why this happened, I can't. I mean, first of all, this should never have happened. Of course, the day that it got up to 50, bunch of nonsense. But that's right. I think we've got this float. I don't believe that float. But anyway, I don't know. I can't. I can't say. I can't say that. Well, this is categorically the reason. All right, I'm all of the Neptune guys. So that is it for me. What time is it? 3:20. So nice end to the day. Just a minute. I got to help. Why did I take the trade whoops? Because on that move right there from 250 to that 270, I was watching. It was starting to move up the leaderboard. I can't remember if it actually won the race that time. I don't really remember, but I was watching it as it was moving up the leaderboard. So I clicked on it and I thought, oh, okay, well, look at all this stuff right here on that 15-minute chart, right around this 279, 280 mark. I thought to myself, here, take a look at a bigger chart. I'd say, well, listen, if it can break out of this right there, all this bit of resistance, I thought, well, maybe it has a shot to get back up to the high of the day. So that's all it was for me. So it was winning. It was probably winning a race here, or certainly moving up on the leaderboard. So that's where I noticed it again. And then I just looked left, and I thought, okay, takes out that 280 mark. It may have a shot. Now, it worked out great. It didn't necessarily have to, but that is why I took it. But I was talking about it, I was talking about it. I said, whoa, if Neptune gets here, I mean, maybe it has a shot at that high. I remember saying that. So I'm saying, guys, I don't tell anybody to take a trade, but listen, if my reasoning for maybe wanting to get into a trade makes sense to you, then you go for it. If not, then you don't go for it. Probably going to regret being out of the trade now, but because now you see the next high is 347. I mean, it's in theory, it's got some room still, to that next high. But I just don't want to have like, I didn't want the big rug pull and have it drop underneath 3 on me in a big way. So, and plus I'm getting set to wind this down. So that's another reason. All right, guys. So Chris is going to be in our YouTube room in less than 5 minutes, probably. So I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. But Tyler, you have all sorts of problems. I don't know how to help. When you say it's not loading, what do you mean by that? You're not getting news? I mean, every now and then, I guess that happens to me too. But let me just click on an alert. Yeah, there might be something going on. When that happens, usually what I do is do a reset just to see. Okay, sometimes yeah, it looks like the news tab is yeah, it looks like the news tab is not loading. So it's probably just a momentary issue, Tyler. Just do a reset again and see if it comes back. The big one is the details, but so it's not on your end, okay? It's not on your end, so there's nothing to do. Chris, just a minute. Let me stop my music. And there you are. So you understand what I'm saying, Chris?
I think
Okay,
so.
so watch. Let me. Guys in the main room. I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So let's just say I click on an alert and I use this buy button, and let's say I put a conditional buy order underneath.
Yep.
So I release it, and so the blue line is going to show up. There's where I'm going to buy it, and there's a stop. Okay. After a while, it disappears. It's not like after 30 seconds. It's not like after a minute or 2 minutes. If I don't know if it'll disappear if I just stare at it, but if I start clicking on different symbols, after a while, when I come back and say, where is it? And yet, what I thought when I look at the orders, I thought there was no cancel time ever. I didn't the GUT I wasn't too familiar with, but I'm not doing anything, and yet they're just disappearing.
And that's a chart strategy, yes.
That's on that. Yeah, that's on the
so
chart.
If you
strategy.
go to the strategies tabs and you open up the edit, what does it say under? Where is it? Under order details and time and force, what does it have?
Shouldn't say anything like that, but you're right. Let's say, is it entry time?
Nope, order details.
Order details, okay. Time and force 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
So, I believe that's why it's canceling.
No, that is the reason. That's interesting. So, what is the max we can do on this? The reason I say that is that is too short, in my opinion.
I have no idea, but I bet you could put 90 minutes on there. I don't see why not.
Okay.
I mean, I'm guessing. I don't really mess with that stuff, but I know it from.
Well, because remember, this is the default that goes out to everybody.
Right.
So,
and you can put it to good to GTC, which would be good to cancel, or you can put day, which is good for the day.
Yeah. Okay. My guess is that we should remove that. As part of the default, I think we should remove 3 minutes and 20 seconds, because I mean sometimes a pullback can take way longer.
Yeah, okay. I'm also curious as where the rationale from 3 minutes and 20 seconds comes from, but that's another story.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, listen, man, you did it. No, you did it.
Brokerage Plus specialist.
Yeah, I had no idea. I wouldn't have thought of that at all, because I wouldn't have thought they'd put such a short good to cancel.
No, I knew it was something like that. I couldn't remember though. So, well,
okay.
We're at the 3:30 mark. Unless you want to hang around, I will swap the screens. I didn't think so. There's our screen swap, and you are off and running, sir.
Okay, thanks.
We'll talk to you later, Barry. Bye. So happy Tuesday, right? It's still Tuesday. I don't know. Yesterday seemed to go by kind of quick, and today seems to be the longest day ever. So, anywho, with all that said, Cody, I see you in here. I saw your email. I emailed you back. Just if you can send me your files, and also love a screenshot of your orders tabs in Brokerage Plus. See if I can't isolate anything there, and then. If it's really tripping you up, I will go to DEFCON 1. For those that don't know, the DEFCON scale goes, in reverse order, 5 being no panic and 1 being brimstone and fire. I'll go to do a remote with you to see if there's something in your settings that might be causing an issue if I can't isolate anything else through the files. So that's the route we will take from there. I don't want you to get all frustrated on me with that. I know that Brokerage Plus can be a little bit of a bear with some stuff for sure. So, and some stuff is just easier done with eyes on it at that time. So that is the direction we will go if necessary. Other than that, I've got, INDO. You can see I took some trades in my small IB account here. Actually, I'm lying. I took a trade in my small IB account. And I sold some, and I added back into it, and I sold it on the rest of the way up. I felt like a genius for a while because I thought I had sold the top, and for a few minutes it looked like I did, and then not so much. So, but that's the name of the game. We don't generally buy tops or sell tops or buy bottoms. I definitely bought a few tops in my day. So that was that. And I see Tyler talking about HUSA. I took a trade in that did not work out quite as nice. I can't understand why my entry order disappeared from here. It disconnected, right? Yeah, it disconnected during the day. That's what it must be. So I got in on a 5 break. And then I sold some actually up here, and it started to pull back hard, and I just flattened it really quick on that hard pullback here. And at the time, it looked like it was the right call. Of course, it came back up and touched just over high of the day again, but it was an okay trade, and I would have liked a little more out of it. Would have liked to have exited in the 530s and not at 522, but it is what it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Huh. Okay. So that helps because, that was the other thing. When you're sending over those screenshots, I can see the title of the file, but it doesn't, then it just goes ... after like a word or a word and a half. So I can't read the whole thing. So the other day, the titles, I wasn't able to glean enough from the titles, but I couldn't today. So that is not normal. 200 shared. And you're sure you have it as 200 shares and not $200, right? Just to double check, because that's something I have done several times in the past. I do not condone physical violence. However, I can give you a thorough talking to. What's ACON? ACON. ACON. What does that even look like? Yeah, man, especially on these low price stocks, you got to be really careful. Low price and that low float. You got this swooping action in here. For me, move's been made off of that already. A stock that I almost did that with today was this VIVK. I was late to the party on it. It started coming through my scanner here, and I thought if it held over 2, I wanted it. And it made this big spike, and it had such great volume in it. And I thought, we're up above this level here now. Looking left, I kind of like it. And I almost chased it at around 220 instead of the $2 that I wanted it at. And I said, no. But I almost something similar, although that chart that you showed looked a little nicer where it had that swoop up versus this was just a big spike, essentially. But and the other thing too is, I had this big volume bar that came in it, and I didn't take it, thank goodness. But that's why, especially Teddy, while you're still trying to get a handle on this, put those trades, do that stuff in the simulator. Don't, you already got a Trade Idea subscription. Use that simulator. Don't put any money to work, on trades like that. Put the real money to work on, there's no such thing as better trades, but, I know kind of right now it's tough pickings, especially with the market coming back down again. But when you're going to be trading low float stuff like that, I really, 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 really recommend hanging out in that simulator for a while. Yeah, also, yes, what Dave said. Jason, what's happening? Yeah, those file names, like when you're sharing it, whatever you're naming the actual screenshots, Cody, if you can just tell me, screenshot 1 was named this, screenshot 2 was named that, because when I'm looking at it, let me just see if I can pull up. So when I look at it here, I'm going to bring a screenshot of what it shows me here, there. So you see, I see it as this here, and I can't see, ... I don't know if there's anything extra important there, but if it is, I'm missing out on that. So that's why I ask. Sorry, I just had a message come in. I'm going to take a look at. All right, so that is that. And as we go into the close, another slightly down day, pretty much flat in the overall market. So finding that edge, you got to find those alpha stocks. Today's alpha stocks, you had NEPT, the nice move out of this here. NRDY had a nice move here. INDO, I think everybody saw that. HUSA, no, HUSA wasn't great. VAXX, two short moves here, but definitely power, behind that. You can't sneeze your head at this kind of move and that kind of move again. So it's coming through this scan a long time ago. And if you noticed, I renamed relative strength from the open race on them. They're all the same scan basically, but the only difference is these two have a lower price range than this one does. So that's that. Sorry, lost my thing here. All right. Pour out for my homie on Kathy Wood Zoom. What happened on Zoom? Everybody figured out that there's 600 different technologies that are exactly the same as Zoom. Good Lord. Good Lord. Well, easy come, easy go. And I saw what you said there, Cody. Yeah, so I could do that too. Yeah. Yeah, beyond mine, I can share this out for you. I think I'll save a new one here. File. You know what? Hang on. Give me 1 second and I can share that out. Oh yeah, no, I changed it all. All right. I just want to make sure I don't have any custom filters in any of my scans before I go to share. Yeah, all right, no custom filters. All right. Looks good. So, let's see, we shared cloud. So there's going to be stuff that comes from my other screens. I should rephrase that. Stuff from my other screen, because I only have trade ideas on 2 screens. I only use 2 monitors for trade ideas. Everything, all the other stuff that I do is on my laptop. let's say it's 23rd. Save and share. Copy and paste. All right, there you go. So there's that layout. Michael Anthony, CPG is off the highs 815, and I don't understand why the dip from highs when Saudi Arabia hints at possible output cuttage. Well, first off, it's going to remain what I said in June. I said in June, when the United States government started talking about energy and fixing energy problems, that oil stocks just aren't going to do what they were doing before. Just as simple as that. And as long as the United States government plans on fixing energy, you can plan on energy stocks lagging. There's nothing else to it. We'll bring up a chart of CPG. I said I think energy prices remain high, and energy stocks, with the exception of very focused nat gas stocks, don't participate the same. And so far, correct. I said that here. That happened, then that happened. As soon as they started talking about price caps on oil. And we haven't been able to get a big move since then. I do think that we will see some of these stocks, not all the energy stocks, continue to creep up, but we will not see big moves until the United States decides that they want to end the war on oil. And that is not a comment on whether we should or should not be on oil. It's simply about making money in the stock market. And that's where I stand with that. And any fundamentals are relevant to me, as usual. The only fundamental I care about is supply and demand. Because people aren't believers in the stock. That's why, Michael Anthony. That's what you have to understand is people are not a believer in this right now. They're not a believer in the stock. Their investors are not believers, or there's not enough investors in the market that are believers in the stock. It's just, just simple mechanics. Yeah, there's Google Meets and Microsoft Teams now, and I don't even know what else exists. I just don't. I use Zoom several times a week. There's nothing about that software that says, "Ooh, $400 stock." Nothing. Literally nothing about that. I don't think there's anything special about Zoom. It's not some big game changer to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing the point, but apparently I'm not anymore. I never got why it shot up the way it did, and I don't get it. That's all there is to it. Is there a way to export race winners into a symbols list after they win? I don't think so. No, there's not. No saved contents. Sorry. Not on this one here. On alert windows, you have a save contents, and that can export into a CSV file. We also have for alert windows this new tool for those that don't know. Go to Tools, Options, General. You can use the CSV logger tool here. And that'll automatically send alerts out, or send the data from the alerts out to your spreadsheet. So not quite a webhook or anything like that, but about as close as we're getting for now. That's for sure. So yeah, that's the best as we could do on that there, Teddy, as far as for alert windows. Everything else, unfortunately, have to be a manual look back. No, I saw the news alert there, Michael Anthony, about Saudi Arabia and the output. But Saudi Arabia also talked about that there was market manipulation with Brian Sullivan the other day, because Brian Sullivan's like the only person I follow from any kind of market news essentially, other than Delta Tone and whoever else that puts out those alerts through Twitter. But Brian Sullivan's, he's the only person that I pay any attention to as far as media people go. And he had a call with Saudi Arabia and with the energy minister of there, and they talked about that there's been price manipulation to pull back to 85 and so on and so forth. So when stuff like that's going on, I want to participate less in the stocks. I want to move towards stocks that are that are not being manipulated by massive market players far greater than myself. First off, every market player is far greater than myself. But with that said, it is what it is. Is there a category of stocks that move a little less quickly than these low floaters? You could look for low beta stocks. So you could, let me bring up an alert window. So you go search in beta. And you look for these betas. And here, if we click help, after we've selected it, and get the definition. You can also use the volatility filter too. Beta is a measure of volatility given relative to the market. Beta describes sensitivity of an instrument to the broad market movements. Beta above 1 more volatile than the overall market, while beta below 1 is less volatile. Securities with betas of 0 generally move independently of the market overall. So you might want to try to play with the beta filter there, Cody. I mean, there also is volatility filter. I don't know where that is. Let me close this window. So you have these two volatility filters as well. You can do it in dollars or percents. And again, we can go help. And we'll get this. And it goes over what the volatility filters are doing here. I believe they're using 15 minutes. Yes, stock moves in a 15-minute period. Yep, Dave, also correct. If you're filtering for stocks that are just generally more liquid, they're generally less volatile. Another good way to do that for sure. No, I don't think the next FOMC meeting with rates is until September. Here's your FOMC calendar. Oops. So, yeah, September 20th and 21st. They don't have anything scheduled for August. I think it's just some nonsense Jackson Hole thing where all the really rich people get together and talk about how awesome they are, essentially. I think that's all that's going on there. We got lots of time before they do anything. So yeah, minutes are released August 17th. And we won't know when the minutes are being released until after this meeting. So I guess 3 or 4 weeks later, they'll release the minutes in October from September. I mean, if anybody wants us, here's the Fed calendar. GSM. Didn't I see you earlier today? No, you don't look familiar to me. I'm making a move here. So what you could do, Teddy, for the whole saving the contents thing, is you could export the top list itself as save contents, right? So you can go. No, I did not mean to close that. That was dumb. Oh well. All right. You can go open top list from the race. And you could do save contents. Now, it's not going to save your winners, obviously, but you can save the contents of the race a couple of times a day. Maybe do it once every hour or once every 15 minutes, whatever you want to do. That would be probably the best way I can think of right now. Mike C, what's happening? We're just plugging along here. Yeah, of course, Cody, of course. Let me know if you have other questions about any of those volatility filters. Really the short and skinny of it's in those descriptions, but if there's something else they could touch on, please let me know. There you go. Dave says the Jackson Hole one is 10 Eastern Fed meeting. So I mean, I would have to imagine Jerome Powell is going to be careful in what he says. I mean, he loves word salad. I remember when he first came on as Fed chair, the market hated every time he talked. I believe the market rolled over every single time, and then it's gone back the other way over the last couple of years now. I mean, the last couple of years are also an anomaly in so many ways. So make of all that what you will. But I'd have to believe he's not going to want to move markets with his comments, and if he does, he's going to want to move them positively. I mean, you're gonna have one of these, these algorithms that, read news headlines and listen to news headlines or whatever because they exist, listening in. And so they probably have keywords that they're going to be looking for him to say to, move markets one way or the other. But I would still say we're at the end of August. Volume overall in the market continues to decline, I would say. Right. Let's take a look. Yeah. So we've got all summer long, we got this big decline in volume here. All right. We had a pickup on this selling off, then a big decline in volume here. Right. And we had a little pickup on the sell off, but today we're not even going to come close to the volume we did yesterday. I mean, not even close. We got less than 5 minutes. We got 4 minutes till the market closes, and we're well below yesterday's volume. We're like half at yesterday's volume. We have 0.85. We're not even going to make 50 million shares traded on the SPY today again. So, I'm just very skeptical on any moves right now. And I think we don't get a better feel for things until mid-late September, I would say. And even then in mid-late September going into October, I would just keep in mind you're going to have, Jewish holidays come up. They play a role in the market with things closing down, the bond market and whatnot. So, just keep these things in mind. That's all I'm saying. I think we stay the course regardless of what anybody says. I don't see how we don't test this again, but we might not. But I think we test that again before year's end. And then maybe Santa will come and rescue us. All right, I think volume declining is a good sign. So as volume is decreasing, will the market? Well, this is how it usually works. Declining volume is less conviction in a move. So look, volume peaks here on the SPY, right, on this big sell-off. And then we see declining volume, right, on this whole rally, right? And then as soon as the selling starts, we saw the volume take a tick back up again. So rallies on declining volume are always suspect. That's what I would note it to. And as we round out summer, people are squeezing in the last of their summer vacations out in the Hamptons, Fire Island, Cape May, Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, wherever all those big market players go and hide. More so now as summer comes to a rolling end in the last week and a half here. And I would just say that the trend has been down and the trend remains down. So, you had a lot of people that thought we had an all clear after this rally right here. It was all clear was on. And I said, I don't think the all clear is there, but, I could be wrong and I'd be happy to be wrong. I'd be happy for us to burst right above that line and back up into a bull market up here again. That didn't happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Not in the next 3 months anyways. I don't see any reason for the market's attitude to change right now. But what I will say also is the market is a forward-looking mechanism. Market's always looking 3 to 9 months out. I know it's a broad span, but a lot can happen and can be digested in that time period. I'd say right now the market's probably in a taking things at a 3 month at a time look, and that's that. So the trend is down. We are in a bear market. Some of your biggest bull runs are in bear markets. Always have been, always will be. What about EVGO? What about EVGO? What about it? What about Bob? Looks like a terrible chart. What do they do? It's got to be energy, right? Electric vehicle charging stations. You're stuck on country policies. Big spike, bag holders. Moves up, sold off. Moves up, sold off. Moves up, sold off. Moves up, sold off. That $10 is a big deal. Hasn't been able to get and hold $10 ever, as far as I can tell. I don't imagine the stock has been around that long. Nope. So $10 is a big deal right there. And, the war on oil continues and EVs continue to get pushed. I suppose you'll see this play well. And if not, you'll see it not play so well. And I'll say also, overall, I would guess the market long-term did not like whatever happened there. Big spike, goodbye. And not much volume here, we can see. Volume is completely dropped right out. Now, with that said, it's a liquid stock. I mean, 2.7 mil shares traded. That's not exactly a liquid, I would say. It's a very liquid stock, but no relative volume in it whatsoever. So, if you have an investing thesis behind it, sure. If not, I mean, for me, there's no trade here at all. I have no interest in this for any reason as far as a trade would go. Are you saying the volume on all the stock market is much lower, which this means that people are waiting for Fed Powell statements? No, I don't think anybody's waiting for Powell statements this Friday. I think people are on vacation. I think it's the end of summer and people are on vacation. And so volume has continued to dry up. Look, I don't subscribe to sell in May and go away necessarily, but you can't deny that the overall market's volume is lower from the middle end of May until the middle end of September. And that's just the way it always has been for the last 75, 80 years, whatever it is. Now, there's plenty of liquidity in the market, and there's plenty of stuff to trade and find every day, all day. We see that right here with the technology in front of us, right? But the overall market, I mean, go back every summer. Let's do some investigative work here. Let's go to the weekly chart, and this weekly chart goes back to 2017, and let's look. So look, May, declining volume, right? May, volume goes down. When does the volume come up? fall. When does the volume come up? Actually here, well, kind of fallish here, because that's a terrible line. There's not October, August. We see the volume come up then. But we see kind of lackluster volume, to be honest, all through there leading into the pandemic crash, to be honest. But again, May, down volume. Volume takes a tick back up. May, down volume. Volume takes a tick back up, right? So pretty clear what we've got going on. May, down volume. Very, very, very easy. Less volume in the overall market during the summer. Sell in May, go away. Like I said, I don't subscribe to it in the sense that, I mean, look at this, look at INDO today. A ton of action in this thing, right? 60 million shares traded in it. NEPT, 56 million shares traded. NRDY, 31 million shares traded in it, essentially. VAXX. If I could click it, would probably be good, right? Yeah, there we go. That had no volume. 800,000 shares traded in it. Interesting. Fair enough. HUSA, this must have had a few million shares. Yeah, 21 million shares traded in it. So there's plenty of liquidity in the market. It's not that there's not liquidity in the market. It's just not the same in October as it is in the end of August. That's all. And yes, excellent movie. One of the best movies of all time. EVGO does have a PE. And then has plenty of deal, which even GM, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I mean, it's a news-driven stock and not my cup of tea. I want technical drivens. I want it, I want it because a lot of people are interested in it, and it's making moves, and right now I'm not looking at anything for swing trading at all. I'm simply not swing trading until I feel this bear market resolves itself. I will not be swing trading at all. Anyways, so that's that. What else is happening here? So what happened on the close here? What were the last race winners? PIK. Whoa, PIK. Let's do this a few weeks ago, if we remember. We were hanging out and watching this happen here, PIK. So, we'll see. Maybe we'll put it on the watch list for tomorrow. But again, circling back on, who was it, Teddy, I think, with catching those spikes and buying these topping shadows. You got to be really careful with these things. 2 million in the float. You got, you get a trading room with a few people with some sizable accounts in it. They could run this stuff up knowing that people are like, oh, well, it ran in the past. I'm probably going to run again. And then all of a sudden, as soon as, let's say they take it from a $1.80 to a $1.95 or 200, and then they see an increase in volume come in after they've already stirred the pot on it, they're all going to pull, and they're holding the majority of the shares that were just bought. And you have all these smaller traders coming in, buying right here and getting the ripcord pulled on them. So that's what a pump and dump is. And that's what a pump and dump will look like. So that's why you just, you can find something and you can find it basing after a move and then some increased volume on the next move up. That's the move to try to find. So anyways, that's my story of PK. GBNH. Nothing interesting there to me. Oh, you know what? I had a price alert for this. No, this was yesterday. I made that crazy move yesterday and halted, and then nothing. So I mean, this stock doesn't trade at all. It did 21 times what it's normally doing for volume, and that's accounting yesterday's massive volume spike still, and still only traded 600,000 shares today. That is an extremely illiquid stock. So that is not something I'm very interested in. Not going forward. Now, if it shows up on the scanner tomorrow and it's doing 100 times what it's normally doing for volume and it looks liquid tomorrow and it sets up, another story. But going into tomorrow, I have no interest in it unless it shows on scans. CASS, I don't trust anything coming out of China again. And 15 times normal volume and 600,000 shares traded again. And again, that's with, these big volume days back here. So that tells me the stock just simply doesn't trade. Huge downtrend, back to a downtrend. I don't know what happened there. I'm guessing some kind of manipulation in news. Nope. All right, so yeah, so they're all confirming sound. So sounds good here. Computer troubles. I've had a lot of those over the last year and a half. Never fun. There's something someone just asked. I feel like I missed it. What are specialty layout items? What are specialty layout items? Let me see here. I forget what mine is. Maybe that's Holly? No. Do I have my performance monitor open still? I do. What is going on? I have no idea what that specialty layout item is. I just tried to open it. Bye, George. I don't know. It must have to relate to Brokerage Plus is the only thing I can think. Because I don't have anything else open. Got this thing here. That's my comparison charts. It might have been because I had my performance monitor open when I saved that. I had this open. I have an issue here with something. I'm trying to get to the root of it. Yeah, it's either going to have to do with the docking or Holly. It's going to be one of those two items. So speaking of Holly, wow, she threw out a lot of trades today. Let's see here. So in the money, let it get stopped out. In the money, reduce risk. Slightly in the money on both of those. and got stopped out. So this is what I mean by, human and machine. She could have done better on those. Obviously not this one because she was never in the money on that. My strategy in trading, relative strength and momentum. I want to see stuff that's, looks strong as compared to the market or is alpha, HUSA started to show signs of it, lost steam up here, got to recognize when it's losing steam. You got this topping shadow, big bottoming shadow, and then these topping shadows here. That meant to me that the sellers in this level up here were in control, right? INDO, a little bit of a different story, right? Got to move, consolidate, a move, consolidate, a move, a pullback, consolidate, and a move, right? Now, as I always say, it's easy in hindsight to go back and Monday quarterback this and look at it and be like, oh yeah, it's so easy to look at like that. But, this morning I knew that nat gas had gone completely nuts yesterday and that stocks related to nat gas today, if they were up, could possibly be very strong. Now, were they all? No. You got to know which ones, you got to take a look and read the charts, essentially, read those tea leaves. So, here's another one, USEG, right? Bottoming shadow, topping shadow, bottoming and topping shadow. And so when this made this move and it had that topping shadow, I said, I just don't think I really have conviction in this. And look, it went from $4 to just over 420 right there. It's an all right move on a $4 stock. I mean, can't really complain about that. But I just never felt it was sustained, And then we can see here declining volume with that, right? Now let's look at INDO. The opposite, right? We consolidated and got a little bump down in volume, and then the volume came right back up on the move up, and then on the move down, the volume came back down. And then it consolidated the volume, and then it picked back up with the stock here. So it's the only two indicators that don't lag price are price and volume. Everything else lags. So, these are the kind of things that I'm looking at when I'm looking at a chart. ILAG, I was looking at this today. It's got that big gap up, and all of a sudden you see these big shadows, up and down shadows here, right? So I'm saying to myself, it's an area where the sellers seem to really be coming in and taking a hold of it. And we pulled up here, and sure, we pulled it up on good volume, but it couldn't escape this level, and the volume left it right away again because the buyers got exhausted. The sellers were just too much at that level for the buyers. APE, I don't even know, APE. I mean, yeah, I guess, had an okay day. There's no historical data on it, and it's a meme stock. It's a meme stock. That's all there is to it. So if I'm being 100% truthful and honest about this, I wish anybody that's involved in the meme stocks, I hope they make some money and they all get out of their trades, and then I hope the meme stocks go away forever. I just don't think it's a good thing for the stock market overall. I think it makes too many people think that what we do is a joke and easy and all that stuff like that. And they're a trading vehicle. That's they're good. They're a trading vehicle. A lot of volatility, a lot of volume, all that stuff like that. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there pumping these things and going to the moon and all that stuff. And there's a lot of people that believe it. There's a lot of people that believe that GameStop is going to $10,000 and that AMC is going to $1,000 and all that stuff. And there's people that legitimately believe that. And I don't know that they're wrong, but I mean, there's nothing in this chart that tells me that GME is going to 10 grand or that this is going to $1,000. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying I don't get it. That's all. I'm not seeing it. So what do I know though? But yeah, APE, No, I don't use 3-minute charts, Karen. I use a 15-minute chart and a 5-minute chart. I considered putting up 3-minute charts the last week or so. I've been really considering it. And 3-minute charts would go well because I run 3-minute races. I like 3-minute races. My 3-minute races, again, I just picked 3 minutes arbitrarily. I stuck with it, and then I realized, I use 15-minute charts mostly, so 3-minute races on 15-minute charts equals 5 races per 15 minutes. So that's my my rationale behind that, and why I might consider 3-minute charts, especially because I've been trading a lot more stuff like HUSA and INDO, and I don't even know what else. I've been trading a lot more stuff like this, and so I think 3-minute charts might benefit me a little bit more, but I haven't pulled that trigger yet. I don't see the setting icon on my race windows. Am I missing something? I'm not sure. Yes, you're probably not on our latest version. If you go to help and about, you want to be on 5.6.4 is what you should be on. That's our latest version. And you can find it on the download page. So that's probably why you don't see it. All right. William Ramirez. If you have a comment to leave, please leave it. Otherwise, please don't spam the chat. All right. The Market Explorer window. So yeah, again, Jack, just make sure head to our download page and make sure you're on the latest version there. Okay, no problem, William. It's just, we have these spam bots that come in once in a while, and I never know. So I didn't know if you're actually a person or not a person. All good though. Just thought I'd throw it out there. What do I think of RIO for a swing trade? I don't like anything for a swing trade right now. But with that said, I like this not at all. Big downtrend. Rally, sold. Rally, sold. Rallied, consolidated, sold. Rallied, sold. Rallied, sold. Downtrend. Downtrend, downtrend, downtrend. I don't see any reason for this downtrend to not continue at this point. So I do not like it. I don't like any, but with that said, I don't like anything for a swing trade. And then as far as the Market Explorer goes, yeah, just file, Market Explorer. And then if you click this here, it'll take you to the user's guide that actually should have a whole lot of new videos in here. Yep, here we go. So there's a bunch of videos now that Michael Noss did on this whole thing, all right? So look, here's a video on everything, just about everything, I believe. So here's the Market Explorer explained, right? And then you've got a list of all the strategies, right? And what they're doing. And then RSI divergence. Michael goes in to discuss, right here, look,
So in this video, we're going to go over the Market Explorer scan
Right.
RSI divergence.
And he does this for everything. Here's your TI strength scan.
In this Market Explorer video, we're going to go over TI strength, which is
Right.
a relative.
And keep it going. So these videos are going to do a much better job than I could ever do on any of this. Really fantastic stuff Michael and Stephanie put there together. As I always say, I'm lucky to work with the people I work with. But the window itself, right click, select strategy, and then you'll find all the strategies in here. There's subtitles on all of them. And you've got every single thing that you want in there. And like I said, on this, if you click the Market Explorer user guide, you're going to get this page with literally videos on every single thing in here. Michael explained, the person that actually built this, explaining how it all works. Yeah, I mean, video after video. So there you go. There you have it, sports fans. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. So, all right, that's life in the trading lane. Where are we at? We're at 425. Y10. Are you actually moving in the post market? No, you're not at all. So, another one of these stocks here, just, big downtrend. Once in a while, you do get these hookups. Just don't get fooled by those. In the words of Brian Shannon, do not buy stocks in downtrends. He's really referring to it as in, trying to trade and invest on a longer term time frame versus, obviously day trading and quick in and outs. But Getty. Huh. You'd think something like Getty would be a little more liquid. I guess not. You're welcome, Willow. Always a pleasure. You're welcome, Mohammed. Hopefully that helps. And like I said, Michael's videos will explain the Market Explorer, and it scans much better than I ever could. Was looking at Pacific Bio today. So we'll end there. Pack B. Nope. I'm guessing some big event happened and people just started piling on to it for whatever reason there. And ever since then, adios, amigo. So liquid stock, 6.5 mil shares traded, but doing 3/4 of what it's normally doing. So even its volume is still, fading from the last 30 days. So yeah, I guess whatever they said during earnings, the market liked it for a couple of days until it didn't like it. And that's what we call capitulation right there. And that's that. Thus the end. I don't know if I'd call it support. I'm looking at this line right here. I won't call that support though, because it wasn't support here. It came right through. It became resistance, 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 blasted through. And to me, it looks like it's ready to come right back down through it tomorrow. But I could be wrong. Maybe it does bounce off there. Maybe it's the start of something. I would not be placing my money on it though. Big float too. Look at that, 200 million in the float. That is not a small float. Interesting. So All right, everybody. That's going to wrap it up for me here on Turnaround Tuesday, which definitely was not a Turnaround Tuesday for the market itself. Let's see. Barry obviously is back tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so you get Mr. Jamie Hodge at noon. Barry coming back at 1. And then me back here at 3:30 tomorrow to do this all over again. It's a bear market. It's a bear market. It's a bear market. It's a bear market. All right. So, keep that in mind for your swing trades. Be really vigilant on your support and resistance lines. Be really vigilant watching the volume falling, rising, declining, staying the same on things that you're getting involved in. I think those are, the 3 big things. Volume, support and resistance, and trend of the volume. All right. Those are 3 big things to keep an eye on here as we move forward through the end of the summer here. So, all right, everybody. I thank you all very kindly for all the questions and comments and interactions as always. Like I said, we'll do this all over again tomorrow, and you all have a great rest of your Tuesday wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.